This conference will now be recorded.
Cool.
All right, Commissioners. Thanks to Commissioner Brennan for the hat. You're great.
You're welcome.
Okay, everyone. Welcome to the meeting of April 19th, Tuesday, and I guess it's a few minutes late, 6:34. So welcome. Glad to see some people online with us as well. And we'll do roll call as far as who is here. And Commissioner Anaya?
Here.
Commissioner Brennan?
Here.
Commissioner Donner?
Here.
I am here. And then also a comment as far as Commissioner Powers. Because of a very critical issue on the school board, Moriarty Edgewood School District's agenda this evening, he did go to that meeting and expects to be here after he attends that meeting for a bit and makes public comments perhaps. And so he said that he would join us later on in the agenda. So, and with that, Commissioner Donner, would you lead us in an invocation? Please stand.
Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we just come to you thanking you for this amazing town and the amazing people in it, Lord. Lord, we just ask that you have us to do your will in all that we do. Lord, help us and guide our decisions and our thoughts and our actions, Lord. We just praise you and thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. We'll go to the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and to see a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
All right, we'll take a look at our agenda. I did want to move matters from the commissioners down onto right before general public comments and after discussion and action items. So right after discussion and action items, then I'm requesting that we move matters from the commissioners there. So section 6, moving to after section 10. And then any other changes?
We're going to move 6 to where? 3?
After 10. Matters from the commissioners down to after 10, with the exception of 6BI, which would be Commissioner and I, our introduction of the Santa Fe County Sheriff Adon Mendoza, because I think that would fit nicely now after the approval of the agenda. So moving 6BI up to item 3, or between 2 and 3, and then the rest of the matters from the commissioners can be moved down to item right after 10, so basically 11. So I'll make that motion to approve the agenda with those 2 changes.
I'll second.
So moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Commissioner Anaya, introduce your guest.
Thank you, everybody, for coming today to this meeting for the town of Edgewood. We have a guest tonight that has been a sheriff for Santa Fe County now for 4 years, and has come to us as a request from myself and the commission to ask him to speak tonight to the people, the citizens of the town of Edgewood. So I'd like to introduce to you all tonight, the Sheriff for Santa Fe County, Sheriff Mendoza. If you'd like to go to the podium, sir, and, we will put you through the ringer.
Thank you, Mayor, Commission, citizens of Edgewood that are joining us here today. Thank you for having me. I'm Sheriff Adan Mendoza, and I've been sheriff since 2019 in Santa Fe County. And I appreciate the invite from Commissioner Anaya. And it was, we came here a little earlier. We had a very vibrant discussion with the Commissioner, Manager Davis, the Chief of Police, and other staff here at the city. And the refreshing part about the conversation was that we didn't identify any major issues that the Sheriff's Office is experiencing with the Edgewood Police Department, but we did identify some things that we can refine and some things that we can work on. And so I'll touch a little bit on some of the things that we talked about. And so I wanted to go over a few things first with the Commission and actually the citizens of Edgewood to kind of give you an idea of what the Sheriff's Office has done in the southern part of the county over the last year. For those that may not be familiar, we do work in conjunction with the Edgewood Police Department. It's a team effort here. Although they're primarily responsible for the incorporated area of Edgewood, we mainly are focused and concerned with the unincorporated area, which is outside the city limits of Edgewood. And so we work collaboratively, we back each other up on calls, and we assist each other when needed. And I want to say this, that that is a very important partnership, and we're going to continue doing that. An idea of what the Sheriff's Office has done in the southern part of the county, which includes Stanley, and a lot of these calls are not in conjunction with the stats or data that the Edgewood Police Department is responding to. These are the unincorporated areas. We've responded to 1,924 calls since April 1st of 2021 to April 1st of 2022. Close patrols, which are just patrolling the rural areas. We've conducted 600 close patrols. We've completed 260 reports and responded to 18 burglaries, 4 aggravated assaults, and a combination of about 40 motor vehicle accidents within the southern part of the county. 0 fatalities, which is a really great thing for us, although there may be some on I-40 that state police handles, but that's the numbers for Santa Fe County. Well, again, we work collaboratively with the police department, and we've identified some things that we can refine. Some of the things that we talked about today was working on possibly working towards commissioning some of the police officers for the Edgewood Police Department. And what that will do is give them the jurisdiction and authority in the immediate areas outside of the city limits. We rely on their backup, and they rely on our backup sometimes. But sometimes when something is happening, emergency situation for the citizens in Edgewood, if it's not within the incorporated area, the police department has to wait till our officers get down to this area, which may take some time. We are in a resource situation, I think, as law enforcement throughout the state and throughout the nation is facing right now. But we're doing the best that we can to provide the emergency services that we need to the citizens. So what it would allow the Edgewood Police Department to do is to respond immediately, possibly if there was an emergency situation that needed immediate attention, and they would have the jurisdiction and the authority to respond to those calls. Right now, they don't. There's a lot of liability issues that I think can be worked out through the police department, through the commission, and through city staff that I think we can, work on that. Right now, there's one commissioning agreement that is in effect, and that's with Los Alamos County, which has kind of a, similar, governmental makeup as Edgewood does now. So I think that's something that we can, reach an agreement on. I'm hopeful for that. One of the other things that we talked about is animal control issues. Santa Fe County, has an animal control division that I oversee. And, people are very passionate about their animals. This is a rural part, of the county. And so right now we contract with the Santa Fe Animal Shelter. And if we find any animals or impound animals that are within the unincorporated areas, we take them, most of the time to Santa Fe. If, Edgewood has room, we'll keep them here temporarily. But, I think sometimes it's, a little inconvenient for Edgewood, citizens to have to drive all the way to Santa Fe if for whatever reason their dog was, out and not staying in the yard or impounded for whatever reason. And so hopefully we can come to an agreement with that also. We're gonna work together, with, I think, an initiative that was explained to me, by the mayor, for an emergency operations center and some of the things that we can work together for school safety, which we've been doing with, the city of Santa Fe Police Department and the school safety plans that are mandated by the state, for every school district within the state of New Mexico. So, I think we've come up with a pretty good initial, talk about how we can engage the school, their emergency plans, and how our response, our collaborative response, can be refined, to any incidents that happen within the schools or any bigger populated areas like big box stores or anything where an emergency situation may happen. So we'll work together on that. So I think those are some of the things that, we've talked about. And again, I think there are some minor issues that sometimes our officers have to work through, but the great part about it is I think those issues are handled within the officers or with the officers themselves, and nothing that's ever risen to the level that I need to be concerned with how we work with Edgewood Police Department and the town of Edgewood. So I'll say those things. I wanted to take this opportunity also, if allowed to. I am running for re-election for sheriff now in the June 7th primary, and I kind of wanted to talk on just real quick about the 4 priorities moving forward for the next 4 years for me. And so again, the main priority is providing public safety to the citizens of Santa Fe County, and that does include Edgewood. And I said this in the meeting. I think sometimes I've heard in the past that a lot of people feel like Santa Fe County has forgotten that Edgewood is here. And right now, there's no way that we can, because you guys are getting so big and populated. You've done a really great job. But I understand that it's part of Santa Fe County, and we're here to assist and help and respond. So that's priority number 1. But the other thing is obviously recruitment and retention of deputies and patrol officers, because we need to keep these individuals employed. We need to be competitive with wages and benefits, and we need to have those boots on the ground. And I say this: we want our deputies in the rural parts of the county, off the highways, not parked in areas for a long period of time. We want them patrolling the neighborhoods and making sure that the citizens of Santa Fe are safe. So priority number 1 is hiring and retaining one of our most important resources, and that's deputies. The second one that I'll talk about is we started a LEAD program, which is a law enforcement aided diversion program, which is an alternative to incarceration for low-level addiction, behavioral health, and mental health situations. That's a program that we just started about 6 months ago, and I think it's going to be a great program because, again, a lot of people that are facing these addiction issues, mental health and behavioral health, they're our family, they're our community members, and we want nothing better than to make sure that they get the help they need and then come back and integrate them back into the community. And I think everybody would agree to that. I don't know if there's anybody in this room that hasn't been touched by a family member or a friend that's facing some type of addiction or behavioral health or mental health issues, and those are huge, and we want to make sure that we take those serious. The other program that we started was ABLE, And what that is the ABLE program is a program that provides training and resources to allow deputies to intervene when another deputy may be participating in misconduct or use of force or excessive force. It gives our deputies the power and authority to step in and stop the action, no matter what the rank is, who the other officer is, and ensuring that there's no retaliation when it comes to that. I say this, we train countless hours on how to police the community, but sometimes we don't train on how we as law enforcement need to police ourselves sometimes. And so we want to ensure that that is done. And we're gonna foster those programs that just started over the next 4 years, and we're gonna provide resources to those programs and make sure that they grow. So that's another priority. The other two is communications, and I think that the chief can attest to this. We've realized that there's a gap in radio communication for our deputies and for public safety, fire, and people that respond within the county. It may not be that big of an issue here in Edgewood because you're in a specific location, and if your tower reaches here, the communication may be good, but we realize that there's some major gaps within Santa Fe County, and we're working hard to make sure that, when our deputies press that button to call for help or get the resources they need to help the community, that they're heard and that those resources are sent to them. And that's going to make the officers safer, and it's going to make for safer communities. So that's the third priority. The fourth one is we're going to work as the Sheriff's Office for an accreditation program. And what accreditation does is it increases the standards for training. It increases the standards for best practices and solid policies that will be enacted in order to be accredited. This is a program that started with NM counties, which represents all 33 counties of the state of New Mexico. And some of these accreditation programs, like CALIA or national programs, are very expensive and very time-consuming in order to be accredited. This is a local accreditation, something that the county has come up with that has made it easier and affordable and achievable by smaller departments, 10-man departments, departments as large as ours. We're stated for 100 deputies. And so everybody can achieve this accreditation, which is going to rise or increase the level of professionalism and accountability at the Sheriff's Office. So that's me in a nutshell. Those are some of the things that we do here at Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. That's how we work collaboratively with the police department and the town of Edgewood. And I'll answer any questions if anybody has any.
Any questions for Sheriff? Commissioner Brennan?
No.
No?
So I have a question here. What are your thoughts on the red flag law?
The red flag laws? So I think, I'm in support of common sense and reasonable gun legislation. There hasn't been much that's been passed, but gun violence is on the increase through Santa Fe County, and I think throughout the state of New Mexico. It's becoming a lot more violent and volatile. But I will tell you this: I want to make sure that whatever legislation that's being passed, that it's not compromising the safety of our officers, but it's increasing the safety of the public and the civilians. Now, when laws are passed, that's the process. It's my responsibility as a sheriff to uphold the laws. Now, whether or not I agree with them or I don't, we're going to do the best to try and enforce the laws or try and work with them to make sure that people are safe. So on that, if I'm not understanding your question, if there's a specific red flag law, then I'll try and answer that, but that's how I feel about those laws.
Okay.
Assuming the laws are constitutional, you enforce them. If they're not,
Right.
you
And
don't.
so I'll be honest with you, I think it's not my responsibility to determine the constitutionality of the law. I think that's the legislature and the people that are passing the laws. They have to pass They have to pass laws that are constitutional, and if they're not, I'm all up for challenging anything that's found unconstitutional.
Do you have one question?
Sure, Commissioner Brennan.
Sure, from those, on the, in terms of commissioning the Edgewood, police officers, would that just extend their jurisdiction out to the unincorporated areas of Edgewood, or would it go actually further beyond that?
Well, I guess that's something that we would have to iron out, and I think, whatever the chief feels comfortable with, the commission, the mayor and the city staff and legal feel comfortable with. Right now, we've commissioned Los Alamos County, and they have a boundary. It's actually a geographical boundary that they have jurisdiction within. They don't have jurisdiction once they leave that boundary. So we could do something similar. I would feel comfortable if we commissioned them and they had authority throughout Santa Fe County. They do travel up State Road 14 to the jail, and I feel like if they're coming back or something and something happened, then I would feel like they would have an obligation or a need to react. And so we want to make sure that they have the authority to do that. But if Edgewood doesn't feel comfortable with that and we want to just keep it maybe in a geographical boundary and we can determine that, then we can work on that also. So I will leave that up to the proposal of how we want to achieve that.
Thank you. How are you looking to retain your hires?
So A is pay. It always comes down to pay. And so that's very difficult. So you have the state of New Mexico, which just gave the state police officers, I think, a 16% increase. And so that creates a kind of a cycle. Now, because we were competitive, then a lot of departments are going to have to increase their pay. Once they do, we need to. Well, as a commission, that sometimes the budgets don't allow that. So I'm going to do the best that I can to retain officers by pay. And actually, within the last 3.5 years that I've been there, I have worked to increase deputies' pay by 24%. I think that's pretty amazing. That's actually a really good increase for deputies at Santa Fe County. We are competitive, and I want to stay that way. The other thing is the benefits, the insurances and the para that the county pays to make it easier for officers. That's money in their pocket. One of the other things that I would love to work on is affordable housing, is making Santa Fe or Santa Fe County very affordable for our officers, not only our officers, but our nurses, our teachers, people that may not make a lot of money that need affordable places to live, not only in this county, but the state of New Mexico. And so, and training and equipment. We've spent, this year alone, this next budget cycle, we're going to be close between $2.5 million and $3 million just for vehicles. So we're trying to provide the deputies with the best tools possible. We're on the cutting edge when it comes to technology, body-worn cameras, in-car cameras, vehicles, laptops. We try to give them every tool that they need. So I think we're on track to make sure that Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office is a great place to work, and we're going to continue doing that. Thank you.
I see sheriff's offices as kind of the last line of defense for our Constitution of the nation and also the states as well. So I see that as a higher authority than state and local laws. Do you agree with that?
Well, I'll tell you this, I'm not going to enforce a law that's unconstitutional. If it's deemed unconstitutional, I will not enforce that. I'm not a constitutional scholar, so I would have to look to, other entities to try to determine the constitutionality, but, we have case law, there's Supreme Court rulings. You got to rely on the judicial system sometimes to determine whether the constitutionality exists or not. And whenever something is deemed unconstitutional, I'll guarantee you we're not going to enforce that.
I think that you are in a very, very key role in the setup and structure of our country, and just appreciate your service. And I appreciate that you've always been willing to listen to myself and others, and and hear us, and thank you for coming here to communicate where you are and what you're looking forward to as far as your vision for the county. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to come today and present the sheriff's office and some of the ideas and some of the things that how we work collaboratively together, and you know, how we move forward in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sheriff, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the great conversations that we had all afternoon. I learned a lot about how important it is, how important your job is to manage the entire sheriff's department. It's not an easy task, as we're finding that out through our seats here. So thank you for doing that, and you have done a great job on it your first 4 years, and I continue to hope that you get the other 4. I would like to ask the chief if he has any questions or comments that he'd like to make with our, you know, the little time that he was with us also. So, Chief, if you have anything you'd like to address to the sheriff, chief and sheriff.
Sheriff, it was nice speaking with you this afternoon. I'm sorry that I was a little bit late to our meeting. I had a really busy afternoon. But I look forward to the future. I think everything that we're going to be working on, all the stuff that we discussed, it's just in a positive direction. And I do appreciate the sheriff's department. We always work hand in hand really well with the deputies, and I hope that continues in the future and only gets better.
Thank you, and it will continue. You have my guarantee for that. And Madam Chair and Commission, I have passed my contact information on to Commissioner Anaya and Manager Davis, and I believe to the mayor. So they have my information. If there's anything, anytime that you want to speak to an issue or concern, reach out to me or come down and meet with you. I'm available. I just want to put that out there.
Thank you
so
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Public comments on agenda items. Anyone here who would like to speak to items on the agenda, please come forward, state your name and address. And we don't have anyone here in the room.
My name is Mark Mull, and this is not related to the agenda, but the URL that is on the front page, or the link that is on the front page of your agenda for this evening's meeting, is not working. I know myself and at least one other caller had to type in the information directly. So, and there are a very small number of callers, which is also not usual. So I'm just passing that on to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mull. I appreciate that. IT, Jesus, could you check and see the... So it's the gotomeet.me/Town of Edgewood? Okay, so, well, no, actually on the agenda here it says gotomeet.me/Town of Edgewood.
This one never.
Okay, so is that the correct link? Did it change for some reason? Not sure. Can we check and see? I mean, it sounds like we have some other community members on. Can you go back to the meeting itself so I can see? Linda Burke, just a quick question. I don't know if you're available, but wondering if you were able to get onto the meeting from the link. I don't know if you may not
I'm
be
sorry,
there.
were you just asking for me, Audrey?
Yes, thank you. I was just asking if you were able to get into the meeting from the link on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other members of the public with comments on agenda items? And Jesus, can you unmute caller 3? Caller 3, do you have any comments? Okay. Next is consent agenda. So we have the consent agenda, and we just need to have a motion and a second, and then we'll go into discussion and hear from the advisory boards and departments. Or I suppose that's the proper way to do it. Otherwise, we could probably, yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the March 2022 Department and Advisory Board report.
I'll second.
Are you sure?
I'll second.
Are you okay over there?
Dang,
Okay. Do you
well,
want
you
to
guys are gonna like me tonight, I can't speak. Oh.
Okay, Commissioner Anaya, would you like to make that motion?
I'd like to make a motion, as stated, to approval of the, consent agenda?
Okay,
I can't.
you're fine. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Brennan, second. And so we'll go into discussion for this so that we can hear from the departments and the advisory boards as well. And as we're going through this, anyone who needs to represent or speak on behalf of the departments or the boards, please just come on up. So, yes. No, it's part of the consent agenda, but you're right, we should, I guess, first ask if there's any questions or comments for discussion on the minutes.
Actually, yes, on, the minutes for April 5th, 2022, on the second page,
Okay.
it's mentioning, was saying, for me, they had asked if could comment and mayor allowed commission, but actually that was Commissioner Powers that had asked to comment, explain, wasn't it?
Stated by explanation to the public, these items are usually at the end of the meeting. Oh, he did explain about the attorney was only available during that
Yeah.
time frame.
Yeah, it was Commissioner Powers.
Okay, so it, we need to make that change then for on page 2, the April 5th, 2022 minutes, halfway through the page there from Brennan to Powers. Powers. So Powers in 2 places. Okay, any other changes?
Yep, one more on, page 11 of 13, down where it says Commissioner Donner seconded the motion, and it put the vote. It appears I'm missing off the list.
Wow, good catch. So add Commissioner Brennan. Can you confirm you voted aye?
Yes, I can affirm I voted aye.
Okay. Commissioner Brennan
And that's all I've got for that.
voted aye. Great job. Donner and I, anything else on the minutes?
I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. And so we'll continue discussion with the Department Advisory Board reports. Chief, you're up.
Okay, so first off, I don't know if you all, anybody in the crowd was able to attend the Easter egg hunt. It was a very, very, very good turnout. Commissioner Brennan was there, he'll attest to it. I think roughly we had about, I would say over 1,000 people. That's just the estimate, but it was a very, very good turnout. So thank you all for coming out and making that a success again. I'd also like to thank Parks and Recs for their participation, as well as as well as our sponsors and the Lions Club for their participation as well. So very good turnout there. Junior Police Academy. The Junior Police Academy is something that we will be hosting in the summertime. We're hoping mid to early June. Now, the Junior Police Academy is something that is generally geared towards the youth that is interested in a career in law enforcement. We're going to try to expand a little bit beyond that to make it more of something that is not just geared to the small population that is interested in law enforcement, but kind of expand it beyond that to youth in general, to make it more of an activity where we could discuss emergency procedures as far as dialing 911. In case of emergency, we need to do this. Expand the knowledge of our youth as far as in different emergency circumstances, what to do, what not to do. So that's something that we're hoping to incorporate. Now, we'll start to send out flyers and publicize this event more heavily in May, but we're looking for mid-June to take off with that. Now, we also hope that this will be a trust-building event with our youth, because as you all know, there's tons of social media that tends to kind of badmouth and put a bad light to law enforcement. So we intend on changing perspectives and letting them know that we are here, we're here for them, and they could look to us as if they need anything. So that'd be the Junior Police Academy program. Like I said, mid-June is when we're going to try to kick that off, and we'll start hitting the schools in May, sending out flyers and stuff for the youth that is interested in those. The Cesf Grant that we discussed at the last meeting, it was awarded to the police department. We were finally reached out to, and they got us the amount that we were awarded, and it is $67,000. So that's going to be huge for the police department as far as any funds that we could utilize for special equipment, first aid kits, communication, other equipment. It's just a huge grant that we're able to get on that now.
Anything else that you wanted to add?
I'm on again a little bit further in the agenda, so, but
Okay.
I also have the department news, which is attached in you guys' packet. If you want me to discuss any items in there, I'll be happy to stand for any questions.
So I have a question. For
Commissioner
the
Dodd.
junior, oh, yes, sorry.
No, go ahead.
For the junior police academy, what ages are you looking?
So right now, we're looking to about 8 to 15. We want to make it really, we want to expand the ages. Generally, it's a 15 to 17 is usually your standard ages, but we want to broaden it a little bit because we're a smaller community and we want to start to reach out to a more broader spectrum as far as the age groups. So we're looking at probably 8 to 15.
Yeah, it changes the narrative while they're young. You show them that you guys aren't the bad guys.
Exactly right.
Awesome.
Exactly right.
I have a question. Do you focus on mental health in that? Do you incorporate mental health into training?
So there's going to be several elements that are geared to in the academy program. A lot of it is kind of based off of an entry level academy, like just a version down from the regular law enforcement academy. So there's a little bit of actual physical fitness that's incorporated. There's some discipline that's incorporated to kind of, you know, you have them stand at attention and stuff like that. But what we really want to base it off is anything that we can put them in a positive light is what we're going to try to incorporate off of.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Knight.
Chief, can you tell me again what the grant was awarded for?
The amount, sir?
No, the items.
So it's essentially, it's a coronavirus relief grant. So any items that can be utilized for first aid equipment, for communications, anything that we can gear towards tackling the coronavirus or the relief of that as far as items that we've already utilized in tackling our response to the coronavirus.
Thank you, sir.
I noticed that you, in the department news, you attended, the meeting with Santa Fe and Torrance juvenile probation offices to discuss improving the intake process and then assistance programs available. Is that something that, we could add onto our website and maybe onto the department's, Facebook, or just to get the information out?
Most definitely. What I'll do is I'll actually get a form posted on our Facebook and our website. There are tons of programs that are being offered by the Torrance County Justice Continuum, and they are to help families and or youth. They're actually directed towards the youth, but there's tons of programs where they have a lot of resources that can be utilized. So I'd be happy to post that. I go to a monthly meeting with them, and that's one thing that they'll be happy to see on our website.
Okay, thank you.
I put in a nice photo for you guys on there as well.
I saw that.
On the backside.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Brennan.
Yeah, I just want to go ahead and add, you guys did a fantastic job with that Easter egg hunt. Kids had a blast. I think the count would have been over 1,200. I was trying to estimate, but it's kind of hard to estimate when you're only 3 foot tall. But you could probably get a good idea. How many hot dogs did you guys serve?
We ran out, and we had over 500. Yeah, so we ran out. So, and I know that there was a large majority of people that didn't go for a hot dog. So there was good numbers there. Yeah, and thank you.
You guys gave away hot dogs?
And you missed it?
And chips.
Jeez, that's my favorite food.
Okay, thank you for all of your work. It's great. Animal control. You can probably address that first, and then we'll hear from the advisory board. I saw adoptions are up. We had 3, a whole 3 this past month. Yeah, it's great.
Yes, adoptions they're slowly trickling out, but they also slowly trickle in as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so. And I could touch on the other portions there along with the advisory board. I don't know if they're gonna discuss on their own, but I'd be happy to discuss some of those items along with them.
Okay, why don't you come on up, Mike, or whoever, Tim, whoever's gonna come speak, and good evening.
Good evening. I see on here the first time is carry cages. I don't know.
I added that on there just to let everyone know that they have been ordered, and
Okay.
so, I don't know, were we able to get a delivery date, estimated delivery date?
No, I haven't heard anything, but I can follow up.
Okay. Right.
And the second item, the volunteer coordinator applications. I don't know if Chief has come up with the application for that as yet.
Probably just a letter of interest would be fine.
Exactly right, ma'am. It's gonna be just an interest letter, and what I wanna do is I fully intended on sending it out today, but today was crazy, so.
Very good. The next item is standard operating procedures. You have in front of you a draft copy for your consideration from the Animal Shelter Advisory Board. The last time the field manual was amended was 2008. And a lot of the terminology, different things such as euthanasia, chemical capture, DA records, things of that nature, are no longer needed. So that was all taken out of it. What we tried to do is update this to 2022 standards. It's for your consideration, and I know that's be a process between the chief, Kay, and the commission itself to fine tune it and that. So what we're basically doing is handing this off to you, and you can run with it, see what changes you may want to do. It is basically a field manual, so for animal control officers. It's not so much law enforcement in the sense of police action, that sort of thing. It's just geared towards enforcing, the town ordinance for animal control and a guidebook for the officers to, go by. I think it's important to have something like this because, the town is then protected if you have something that's adopted by the, commission. And as long as they follow the rules that are in, the book, basically, you can say that we did everything by the book, so litigation would really be a situation, so. I know there's a lot to read in there. A lot of it deals specifically with different animals, things of that nature. But all those things are things animal control officers come across sooner or later. So whether it be the indigenous animals or wildlife, and rabies control, things like that, it just sets out the procedures to do it correctly.
Thank you so much. I know you've worked really hard on it, and we reviewed a few of the changes just briefly before this meeting, and I think that they're great suggestions and additions, and some deletions as well, just to update the manual. So, how about the shelter code standards? That's another thing that you took a look at.
Yes, New Mexico Veterinary Board set up the minimum shelter standards for the state. And there's different things in there that have to be considered. One is the operating hours. In there it says that the animal shelter would be open one weekend day or 2 days till 6 p.m., 2 weekdays. So previously, when I was working for the town, we had that Saturday opening the shelter. It means that one officer will be by himself either on a Monday or a Saturday, but you have volunteers at the shelter who can pick up a lot of the work. And so that officer can still take calls, deal with the public, things of that nature. It worked out pretty well, and then whoever the officer on call is, they will come in on a Sunday, or if there's a holiday, they'll come in on that day and do the cleaning and care for the animals.
Chief, you want to address that?
So we have incorporated into actually we're waiting for the new pay period, which started on Monday. So from this point forward, we're gonna incorporate Saturdays. We'll be open on Saturdays at the shelter from 8 to noon, which should satisfy those 4 hours required by the state and give any of the public the opportunity, if they want to come and look at some animals, some dogs, and possibly do some adoptions, there'll be hours available for them to do so. So that starts off this Saturday.
That's excellent, and thank you so much for bringing that up, because I do know that many of the complaints, especially during COVID, that we received from the community was just a lack of accessibility to the shelter, to the officers, and the very low number of adoptions. And so I think that being open half day on Saturday really helps that for families and for people that are interested, but they work during the week, during the normal hours. So that's excellent.
You might check those minimum standards. The way I read it was that it would be open a full day on a weekend day, not just a 4-hour period. So
okay.
If you can reference that, that would give you some direction.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take a look. All right, Wolfstock.
I'll let the chief talk about that.
So Wolfstock invitations have been sent out. I know that animal control officers have already received a few applications, and so it's looking very positive. Mike will attest that this is a grand event, and we look forward to having it again. We didn't get to have it years past because of COVID, but it is also, I mean, it's an extremely positive event for adoptions and kind of gathering the community as far as available resources and other entities as well.
And generally at Wolfstock, we also have all the veterinarians present so they can interact with the people. We have exhibitions going on, things of that nature, vendors that are geared towards animals. And usually would also have walking circles, bring out some of their horses, so that the children can get close to some of the bigger animals and see how they are. But it's a good event. The last one was held, 2019. So, hopefully moving forward. And that was generally funded by the Petco Foundation. They would give us $5,000 each year to put on the event. And that's approximately what it costs to rent 10 rental table chairs, all the necessary things to put the event on. So that's something that the town can look into, Petco Foundation, see if they'd be willing to do that. Or perhaps they might even be willing to sponsor a spay-neuter clinic. And that might be last time we had a spay-neuter clinic, it was very successful. We spay and neutered over 100, mainly canines. So that did make a difference in the number of strays in the town. So that's also a very positive thing as well.
Okay. Training, I know that you guys have made, brainstormed a lot of ideas about training as well.
Well, the training, there's different organizations that do training and certification. Some of these are online. When I did all my training, I got scholarships from Animal Protection in Mexico. They're very generous in that. Each training session is about $500 or $600. If we can connect with them and see if they'd be willing to come up with some money for the officers. Some of the training is out of state, either Colorado or Arizona, but there is online training as well.
And the ordinance?
Well, the ordinance is something that's going to take some time because there's a few changes that need to be made. The nuisance animal, barking dog, that whole section was taken out of the ordinance. So we have to come up with a new way of looking at that as to how we can enforce that will give some of the residents some relief. But when we were looking at that originally, we had a lot of interaction from the citizens. Some people say, well, what if you sleep during the day? Or what if, the wildlife disturbs the canines and they start barking and that? So that's something that we really have to think about as to how to enforce something like that. It's a rural area, so we do have wildlife, we do have a lot of things going on around here. So, excuse me. So basically, it doesn't need to be rewritten, it just needs certain sections modified. There are some matters with the court as far as enforcing certain sections because there's loopholes in it. And those loopholes have to be closed up, but that's something that we'd like to get some input from Judge White, see what he might recommend. Last time when we did the ordinance, he wasn't involved in it. So we have to look from the court perspective as to what he would like to see as well.
This next item on inventory listing and equipment and software tags, this is just something I think everyone will be working together on in the future as far as identifying, what we do have. Is everything tagged? Do we have what we need? Was anything missing? Things like that. And then, what it is into the future that we can plan ahead for as far as the needs for the shelter.
Well, the inventory, there's a lot of equipment, a lot of cages, traps, different types of specialty equipment. I would use old animal license tags to tag everything and rivet it on everything. So there should be corresponding tags. It just has to do a physical count of things. And then if there are things that are broken or missing or something of that nature, then they have to decide whether it needs to be replaced and what a new replacement cost is. When years back when I was ordering traps and cages and things, the price was much cheaper. Everything's gone up dramatically. So I think that's something that it's just a matter of walking through and looking at everything. There's even inventory for each truck, and then there's inventory for each officer of equipment that's assigned to them. So It really covers everything. It also covers the emergency trailer, which is parked over at the road department, and the corral trailer. The corral trailer has 36 panels and one gate panel, and that's something that can be set up very quickly to handle livestock. If there's a wildfire or something of that nature, you'd have the ability to set that up very quickly.
And as far as the vets, I think we just want to take a look at having a more collaborative approach and maybe inviting more of the veterinarians to do work at the events at Woodstock and for the town itself, as far as, you know, clinics and things like that.
I think if you go to the local veterinarians and ask for pricing on common spay, neuter, things of that nature, then the town can kind of shop around for the best price. And because I know the professional services budget is not that big, and depending on how many animals are passing through the shelter, they can get used up pretty quickly. So if one vet has better prices on a canine spay than another, then we probably should make agreements with those vets to lock in those prices, and then that would be the best way to manage the funds.
Anything else that we didn't list out here that you guys want to report on? Chief, any other comments?
No, I think we covered everything.
Okay.
And I believe the chief and I are going to meet probably next week, I guess, when you have a time. I know you wanted to look through the SOP.
Yeah, maybe we could, this week would be perfect.
Okay, we'll see what we can do. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, and pass along our appreciation to the board as well. Commissioners, any questions, comments? Okay. All right, the municipal court, we have the report here. And anything on that we need to address? If not, next will be roads. Chuck?
All right, good evening, everybody. I have on here for the traffic count report. I don't think that it made it into the packet. I could go over it.
Okay.
I could just give you numbers as to, on Church Street, when we did it, we had a total vehicle count of 4,314. 2092 of that was traveling east, 2222 was traveling west, and that equates to approximately 616 vehicles a day. Out on Appaloosa, we had a total vehicle count of 2,700, 1241 going east, 1459 going west, approximately 385 vehicles a day.
And which road was that?
That was Appaloosa.
Okay.
And Steeplechase, the total vehicle count was 6,483. It was 3,001 going north, 3,482 going south, approximately 589 vehicles a day. That was north. I apologize, Steeplechase south, because we did both ends. The total vehicle count on that was 1,238, 666 going north, 572 going south, and that was at 176 vehicles a day. Wow. It's quite a bit of difference between north and south there. East Venus Road, the total vehicle count was 8,244, 4121 traveling east, 3482 going west, and that equates to approximately 1177 vehicles a day. Square H Road West, the total vehicle count was 1531, 802 traveling east, 729 traveling west, and 154 vehicles a day. And I currently have the machine at the shop now. I need to program it tomorrow, and Commissioner Brennan has asked to take it out to Collie and Kenyatta.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Anaya.
Chuck, can you put that report and send it to us exactly the way that you just broke it down? Or do you already have it that way?
I sent it to Kay. I could send it to you all.
Please.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, because I could really use those numbers.
Okay,
Thank you.
Do you want all the supporting documents, or do you just want?
No, I just want the
just
count, yes.
Okay,
Just the counts for right now.
sure, I could do that in the morning.
Thank you.
And let's see, the, update on Frost Road, they've begun. They are milling and paving now, and they expect to be done, on the 31st. And then they'll move to mill and paving, that's the patching. Then they'll go to pave and patching, the 18th through the 26th. They'll crack seal the 28th through the 29th. They will chip seal the 3rd and 4th of May, and stripe the 9th and 10th. So they should be complete on the 10th of May. I'm anticipating them being done sooner. Everything's going pretty good. And the BHI report, I'm not familiar with that. Is that the report from 2020?
Yes.
Okay, that report I don't have with me, but that report was strictly done to put a valuation, a monetary value on the roads.
It does have some conditions on there too, I believe.
Right, they do,
Okay.
and it mirrored mine. We were very, very close,
Okay,
and that condition is actually on my road report.
okay, perfect. Can you also get us that report, in electronic format?
Sure.
Okay,
Sure, I'll send it to you in the morning.
okay.
And that's from December of 2020, is the
That
report.
sounds right, yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Naya?
is this an asset, for asset values, or is it actually for?
Yes, it was done to assess the value of the roads for the town, to be part of the report.
Okay, thank you.
And conditions are there too, so I think it would be helpful for whatever grant funds that we're applying for, or federal funds, state funds.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Right, so that's it, just the regular road report that you guys have in your.
Okay, commissioners, anything? Andrea, your turn. Thank you, Chuck.
Good evening, everyone. So we just finished a mural in the hallway. It was a big hit with the community, and everybody came out to color in or paint in the mural that Rachel had designed, and we had a good time. She's gonna fill it back in, the black lines. We had a couple of stray paint marks, but we've got plenty of wall paint to paint over those, but we'll probably do another one in the fall when Rachel gets back from maternity leave. So we've got lots of blank space in the solar hallway to do another one. Another thing I wanted to mention really quick is it's every 5 years or so, I need to collect information from the community, and I'm calling this project the Community Engagement Project. Basically, we're trying to figure out how we're serving the community now and how we can better serve the community after we try to get some input. So this year, or this time around, we've gotten a little more creative. And with this community engagement project, I'm just asking 4 questions from the community, but in exchange for that information, people can qualify for prize entry to a couple of different New Mexico attractions like Meow Wolf in Santa Fe, and let's see, the Electric Playhouse in Albuquerque, and then the Sandia Peak Tramway. And, 2 of those locations have donated vouchers for 4 tickets for the prize drawing entries. So we're really excited about that, and we hope people will participate, now until May 7th, when we do our drawing on May 10th. So you still have time to either drop into the library and just answer 4 questions. I have a very large display in the library, and you just answer the 4 questions, and then if you want to participate in the prize drawing, fill out an entry form. And all you do is just fill out 1 for each of these colored pieces of paper and tape it under the corresponding question in the hallway. So you may want to know kind of what we're doing with that information. So after I collect all the information, then we'll reevaluate library service responses and reframe them to better serve the community with our programming and our services that we offer. So if you guys can participate, we'd really appreciate it. Even the commissioners, other staff people, we'd love for you to participate. However, you won't be able to be eligible for the prize drawing. And then our volunteers, it is National Volunteer Appreciation Week. So a lot of people don't know that the library runs on volunteers, but the town of Edgewood also runs on volunteers. The library advisory boards, other advisory boards, people working with animal control, and a lot of other local community organizations, they all heavily depend on volunteers from the community. So now's a good time to thank a volunteer if you see them. If you come into the library, the circulation desk is usually staffed by one of our volunteers. So just give them a quick thanks. And that's all I have. Do you have anything for me?
I did notice that it says that you're severely shorthanded. Have you had any volunteers since the last time we brought it up at one of the previous meetings? Okay.
No.
So it's something that we'll still need to work on as far as getting volunteers for the library, and then also the unresolved maintenance issues. I would like the administration to address this because this is very concerning. And it did take us a little bit of time to have them, get in touch with the school district and, actually find out the lines of responsibility. We had heard that it was their responsibility to fix things like toilets and all of that. But then in looking at the agreement, it turns out it was actually the town's. And so that has been, new information. But yet, I think it's been at least a good month or so. So maybe you guys can update us on that.
If I might go back, Mayor, we have reached out to Workforce Connection for volunteers or through their youth program.
Oh, good.
And Mr. Nieto will be getting back to me on that one. And on the maintenance issues, I did get the bids for the plumbing. And then after they were reviewed, I met with the plumber again. And what we did was come up with a list, and he and I reviewed everything again. So now I'm waiting for him to send me to make sure that his original bid includes what we were looking at and see what changes he may have had. So I expect to hear from him any day. I met with him last Thursday again.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you see that most everything on this list is covered in what he was going to do?
As far as the plumbing issues, yes.
Okay.
It looks like there's a couple of things here that are listed that we were not aware of, but I can find out more and read this. I hadn't read the details.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, like keep us up to date on that as far as if we can get the vendors out here sooner rather than later. It's been, I'm sure, frustrating for you, but frustrating for me sitting up here and hearing all these things. It feels like for years, right? And so probably the sooner we can get them accomplished, the better.
I agree, Mayor. It's just been hard to get them out here. We call and get them scheduled, and
I know, it's that way with all the vendors.
I can't get them out here quickly.
It's been really hard with everyone being so backed up. So I understand. So we'll be the squeaky wheel with them. Any other questions? Commissioner?
So Rachel's gonna be stepping away for a little while, I'm assuming, coming up
That's correct,
fairly quickly.
very quickly, in early June.
So are you looking for a replacement for her in the meantime, or are you gonna hold down the ship there?
I put a request in, did you want to address that, Kay?
Yes, we're looking into the workforce
Okay.
to see if we can get two older high school kids to help man the front desk, because we feel like we need to approach that first. And then we will, if that does not work out, then we will come up with a request.
And I was still, like I mentioned last time, the library assistant position is still vacant. So I'm hoping to put in for a budget request for that as well, upcoming budget workshop.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Andrea,
Yes,
do you see the wall in front of us?
I know, you want me to paint that one too.
It's coming off. Part of this.
Part of it's coming off, but the other part, I sure would love to see something there. So if you can come up with some type of a contest to figure out what would be nice for the audience to look at besides us.
Let's schedule a time to
Maybe
talk
you can
about that.
hypnotize them in some way, or
It's gonna be a little bit tricky right there. I imagine a bunch of, paint splatters all over the carpet.
When I walk by that mural, I keep wanting to paint in an extra eye, because there's like only one eye.
The other part's covered by hair. Somebody added a nose ring.
I saw that, so.
I thought that was interesting. Anyway, did you have anything else for me, or? We good?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Parks and Rec. Good evening, KR.
Good evening, Ms. Mayor. How are you?
I am fantastic.
Good. Commissioners? We have several quick updates. We enjoyed working with the police department with Easter eggs. We had a surprise visit with the Easter Bunny, and the Easter Bunny did good Easter Bunny things. So it was a lot of fun, and the Easter basket competition was also a lot of fun. There were a lot of kids screaming and being happy, so that was good. The Lions Club parked over 250 cars, and then about 30 or 40 cars parked themselves. It was very interesting. And of that, we think about 1,000 might be the number that we saw coming out of the cars, except the guys that were sneaking around and stuff like that. The Memorial Day event, I'm sure you've heard a little bit about, so let me sort of give you a thumbnail of what the 5 events are. The first event will be the dedication of the flagpoles here at Town Hall. Immediately finishing the dedication of the flagpoles, we'll have our parade, and our parade will run here from Town Hall down to Venus Park Pavilion. It's a short parade, which is good. We're not going out on the highway, which is even better, and it'll be enough to give people a taste of a parade. The third event is the Keystone event, which is the actual Memorial Day Remembrance and Purple Heart Recognition Ceremony. And that's where we're going to do the standard Memorial Day Remembrance and add the Purple Heart component to it, which includes honoring our Purple Heart veterans, and then also recognizing Edgewood as a Purple Heart town, as well as part of the Purple Heart Trail. And so the Purple Heart Trail into Mexico is very short, so we're actually extending it. 344 will be our contribution to the state of New Mexico's Purple Heart. So that's what we're doing with that. And then the fourth event is the Veterans Luncheon afterwards. So we'll be able to entertain veterans with a little bit of food and frivolity. And then after that will be the community event, which will be basically remember the fallen and enjoying our freedom. And at that event, we'll have many, not vendors per se, but some vendors, some food trucks, military organizations, and different groups helping veterans, so that as the vets leave the ceremony, if they want to wander through and find out about the VFW or something else like that, they'll be able to do that. the rest of the committee can come out and enjoy a picnic and, celebrate our freedoms. And, there will be no fireworks. I'm sorry, if you heard that rumor, we can't do that this year. We are doing more for Memorial Day than anybody else, so this ought to be a capstone event. We think we get a fairly good amount of media coverage, and people will, whoever asks, where is Edgewood, will know. And there are many interesting things we've asked for. I don't want to take your time, but if any of them pan out, it'll be unusual but amazing. The YES program, there was some discussion at our meeting, as you read in the minutes, about where the YES program has gone, but we're able to work very closely with Linda Burke, and so you all have seen the outline of the program and where it's going. And in order to make the 8-week schedule, we'll be using the back end of this building. So where the Park and Rec's office is and where the, what's called that roof in back?
The activity room?
Activity room. The hallways, the young reader room, and some other interesting things. And they'll also be in this courtyard right out here, out by, from the front door as you go back. So this summer, the town hall will be sounding of kids' laughter and fun and running around and that. So if you have daytime meetings, you're going to have to find an interesting place to do it. So we're working well. The notices have gone out for the job postings, and we're finding it, hopefully we can get that filled in by next week, because that's important on our timeline. Echo Ridge, I know that Commissioner Powers was going to talk a little about it, but we have 2 of our advisory committee members that are working very closely on Echo Ridge. Would you like to hear an update from them?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay, David Bergston and Mike Morrow.
Dr. Bergston, welcome.
Thank you. Commissioners, Echo Ridge really consists of 3 major parts. One part is being done by the Eagle Scout project on the 7th of May. That's going to be cleaning up the area, blocking off some of the side trails so we don't have a lot of traffic from motorized vehicles that aren't supposed to be there. And he's also going to be involved with a few other things. The second part is the fencing, and Commissioner Powers and I got together with a fencing vendor on Monday and showed them around to the various locations with our bricks on the fence. There are approximately 8 locations around the property there, which is quite a bit of work to be done. And they're going to get back to us. I actually visited some of the areas today and sent an email out. And I know that Jerry Powers will probably talk to you more about some of this, but bottom line is we do have someone who's really looking into getting this done. We're on a really tight time schedule for all this. Basically, all of our funds are only available through the end of June, so we've really got to get into this very quickly. I'm not aware of what the situation is on the third part, that being the creation of the parking area. I don't know any details about that. Jerry can probably fill you on that. You can check on that. I want to thank the folks in maintenance who I've worked with earlier this weekend, some of the supplies together with the folks in the road department, as well as our town manager and our town clerk. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And just for the public, just make sure to save the date for Memorial Day, because this event is going to be great and something you don't want to miss. So May 30th, I believe. Anything else on Parks and Rec? Go ahead. No? Okay. Maintenance.
Hi, everybody.
Good evening.
Okay, my name is Daniel Madrid. I'm the maintenance supervisor. Okay, what we've been doing is cleaning sidewalks on 344 and 066. We've been taking care of maintaining the Venus Park, litter pickup, and cutting weeds. You know, we've been getting the park ready. We've been watering the grass and just maintaining all the fields, the field that we have and stuff. And we've been on litter pickup, on Cactus and Church Street. And, also on 344, we're gonna start, cutting weeds and trimming, trees. And we have, to-do list, we have to install 2 flagpoles, which will be installed tomorrow. And, we will start on Old 66. We'll start doing the litter pickup also and the weeds, maintaining the roads.
Good, a lot of activity happening. Thank you. I've heard comments from the community, by the way, that they are so happy to see the crews out and about and doing things and making things looking better, so really appreciate that.
Oh, good. And then we even installed a LED light in front of the doorway. So that was installed.
I think some things will be changed around up here in the front.
Yes.
Right, for the flagpole.
Yes, that, the flagpoles will be on tomorrow. We're gonna dig them out and put them on. And then, the message board or the board is gonna be pulled down and relocated. That'll be probably next week sometime.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
So I would like to thank Manny and the maintenance guys for all their assistance in the Easter event. These guys were excellent. They were running around like crazy, helping us out with everything. And they're the ones responsible for setting up the bouncers and tearing them down. So appreciate all you guys' help with that event. You guys were awesome.
Good work. Anything else, Kay or Stephanie, that you wanted to add? Did they get us snake proof in here in town hall?
We were hoping. They put the weather strip
Weather stripping
under the doors because we were told that last year they had a couple of snakes in the hallway. And we're not looking forward to that. So thank you for the maintenance. They have made a huge difference of the appearance around the building and the courtyard and so on. And these are the kinds of work that has been neglected due to, unfortunate circumstance of losing the maintenance crew from last year. So they were doing about 4 months worth of catch-up work.
Thank you.
So I do have,
Sure, go ahead.
it's awesome. I've seen you guys out there, working, so excellent work. Question, the soccer field, here at, just in the other side of the parking lot, is that ours? Or is that the school board?
It is the district.
The district?
Yes.
Well, I have a request, and I'll get further into it when it's during our comments. So East Mountain Little League has come out and cleaned up the first ball field right here off of 344. East Mountain Little League is going to start practicing on those 2 fields. If there's any way that we could go in and just clean up the fields, the dirt's all the way up against the dugouts, and I would request that we can clean those up a little bit. I know it's on the district, but I don't think we're gonna get a whole lot from them. And they don't need a whole lot, just a little bit of cleaning up, and I'll talk a little bit further into it when it gets closer. But yeah, a couple of the teams came out and cleaned up. Ben, from Parks and Rec was out there, a couple Sundays ago, helping with cleanup, and, if you find the time, it doesn't have to be a whole lot. Okay. Just a little bit.
Commissioner Anaya?
Yeah, I have a question. You sparked my eye when you said you guys did the light?
Yeah, but yes, we
Is
installed
it on right now?
I haven't checked it.
I think I'll take a walk. If you did that, thank you guys very much. I did not notice that it was not in the office. I'm assuming that you took the remote and got it working the whole 9 yards, so thank you. I appreciate that. Now, if we could just get the other one up, not asking for much, but that's the only way that I can determine the amount of looms that we need outside for the parking lot, instead of having to bring in the, generators. Even though we do need a generator, which I'll go through that whenever we do budgeting, but, we do need one of those still. But thank you, I appreciate that very much.
Just let me know the location where you want that light.
Okay. And I'm sure the, people that walk in and out, if it's working properly, they'll appreciate that too. Thank you, again, thank you.
Mayor, if I may, also on the other side of the building where the library comes in and out, the door through there, the ladies do leave later than the staff. They have some small ones that were installed by previous maintenance people, but is that something we could look at and get them a light also? It kind of shines out when they're leaving in the evenings also?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, wastewater.
Yeah, cool.
Any questions on the quarterly report? I'm not sure, is he joining us this evening online?
Larry Hall,
Right.
are you online?
No. Okay.
Um,
Commissioner Naya, maybe you can give an update, in his place a little bit, just, as far as the CIP and if we can get monthly reports, I think would be great.
yeah, I would love to. Jerry might be able to go back and talk about this too, because he had, worked on it, quite a bit too, on the, data flows, and we had a meeting with Bohannon and Houston, the bi-weekly meetings, and, some of the results of the testing came back, and they're starting to begin to look, somewhat decent. We still got a long ways to go. Hopefully whenever we finish getting the actual, equipment in place, we'll be able to see a huge turnaround. One of the items in here in the, quarterly report was there's a little, kind of like a crossword puzzle. Well, actually, that's what it is. And, those are sampling of the pits. And what they did is they went in and kind of like a core sample. They pulled them out to see what was in the bottom. And, it seems to be that from what the sludge report shows is that a lot of it is, just sand, which is pretty normal for Edgewood. So that's a good part. That's a good thing. As far as the rest of the report goes, like I said, Commissioner Powers will probably be able to go through it and dissect it if he wishes to, but it's starting to look, better. So.
Great, good news. All right, technology. I just had a few things that came to mind. The electronic sign, as far as I believe that went down, so maybe you could give us the reasons for that, and the cameras and backup system, and then also any quotes that you wanted to talk about. Yeah.
Okay. Starting with electronic signs, it was down due to brownouts at the end of last month. So Corny put in a work ticket with sewer signs and got it fixed. So it's up and running. And for the camera server has been down since around the same time due to the same brownouts. The configuration got corrupted and the backup of it. And I've reached multiple times to BND, who has set up the camera system, to see if they have a backup of the configuration, but I haven't heard from them since. but I'll keep in touch with them and see if I can get it, the configuration through email. And for, let's see, the backup system will be, worked shortly with the MSP, and we'll start tomorrow. Any questions? For the camera system? Design? Okay. So I got 3 quotes for the audio project. One starts at 62 grand. Second one starts at 35 grand, and the last one is 16 grand. All these bids are different price points, but they'll achieve the same goal. New equipment that integrates with the current equipment, 5 lavalier headsets, 2 PTZ cameras, so pan, tilt, and zoom. So the view is going to be for the commissioners, staff, and the podium/public. We'll need an audio media interface, allows the audio from mics to be inputted to a conference platform such as GoToMeeting or Zoom. Hardware for assistive listening, so we can be ADA compliant for the hearing impaired. Be able to control the camera's view from audio conferencing platform at one location, so we need a dedicated laptop at the equipment area. And there's going to be a Harman hardware, which elevates or greatly reduces feedback from individual mics, groups, or full bands. Optional, but I believe it's very necessary. We need a rack to house all this equipment. Another reason to have it, so we can have it locked and only certain users to operate the equipment. Lastly, I will prefer the lower bid. It will meet our needs and we will not have to overspend on our equipment. And the turnaround time will be late April to mid-May for the bid for 16 grand.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
What was the price again on the barn price?
For the
Sound.
16,000.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I just had a comment, that I remember a couple of volunteers, wanting to work with IT and ideas and support. One is Eugene Brella, and the other one is, Mr. Thomas McGill. And so I don't know that we've, connected Eugene, and so I was wondering if maybe one of the commissioners a little more interested in IT could reach out and Sterling's like, oh no.
Yeah.
Well, what I can do is I can pass along the information to Kay and Stephanie. You guys can connect with them and just make sure that they have very valuable experience and input, and so I want to make sure that we are drawing on all resources and input into these matters.
So you want me to look for more bids?
No, that's not what I mean. Just gathering of information and knowledge from them on whatever it is that they had in relation to IT, not specifically only for this that you're presenting.
What aspects of IT, like security, servers, administration?
Yeah, I remember him bringing up security in particular.
Who?
Eugene Barella. He's one of our community members that has always been actively involved. So anyway, it's just good to draw, just to include the volunteers and draw on their experiences. So maybe you can arrange a meeting. And anything else? Questions or comments on IT?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Naya.
If I'm not mistaken, Tom came down with you and met with you. I missed that one. Came down and met with you, and he went over the
What the town needed.
exactly the server that we have now, the system that we have now, and that's why he had worked and got the quote for what he and and Tom had talked about. So he did reach out to Tom. Tom reached out to us, and he's gonna, yeah.
That's
So
great.
I thank him for that.
Yeah, that is good. Maybe now that there's information on the quotes, you might have some input as well.
And you're right.
Okay. Thank you, Jesus.
I do have another quote for the meetings management software.
Okay.
So I got three quotes. One's for board maps, it's $3,300 for the first year, then it's gonna be $2,800. Then we got board docs, which is $7,500, and Govenda, which is $11,000 annually. They're all annually. So board maps is the cheapest of all three, but doesn't have some of the features of both of the other two. For example, it doesn't really have an external web-based policy system. So the workaround will be for that public would have its own username and password, but it's not really ideal what we're looking for. Govenda is the only difference between Govenda and board docs is the pricing and the GUI, so the graphical user interface.
And how much was Govenda?
$11,000.
And board docs was
$7,500.
Okay. So it sounds like, I mean, you guys can work through the procurement side of it, but it sounds like board maps doesn't meet the criteria, so it'll probably end up being board docs.
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you so much. I'm excited to get that going. Planning and zoning.
Yes, Mayor and Commissioners, I did put a written report in your packet. There's just some general information there. If you don't mind, Mayor, I'll just go through that very quickly, and then I'll go through the other items that you requested in the report. So we did issue 40 business license, and this is from the period of March 1st through April 19th through today. 40 business licenses, new and renewals, mostly renewals that were in late. We did complete 11 development reviews. We have received inquiries. I will update that to 4 notices of application for cannabis facilities. 2 have been inspected and all have been inspected. 2 are up and operational. 1 is not even close. So that's a ways out, and I indicated to them they can't apply for a license until they're much farther along. And then there's another grow facility that will be coming in for a license request. On the digital inventory, we have all the business licenses 100% complete. As of today, we are complete through 2020. So we just have 2021 and then a few months of this year to complete on the development review files. The nuisance complaints have all been entered into data. And then we did have our first decision-making meeting as a Planning and Zoning Commission, where a matter was heard. All the commissioners have been sworn in, and we have 4 commission positions filled. I have received an interest in serving on the Planning and Zoning Commission, so I will be bringing that forward to the Commission for review. On the document filing, so we've really organized the office so we can at least make it a better effort to find documents when a request comes in, or if we need to find a document for some activity that we're undertaking, we do have them organized into some kind of semblance of normalcy. Upcoming concerns, I'm going to talk a little bit about nuisance complaints if we can when I get into this next section, and then I just provided an information sheet for you. I thought it was interesting. I felt like you need to know this information, and I don't do this for any hubris or anything like that. It's just the challenges that the town of Edgewood have are unique to any municipality in the state of New Mexico. Just for the public's edification, most people don't understand that Edgewood is the 4th largest municipality in the state of New Mexico by area. We follow Albuquerque, Rio Rancho, and Las Cruces. We're almost twice the size of the city of Santa Fe, which is the next largest municipality. So it's unique, to Edgewood, and so it does create a lot of land use challenges, as you're aware. So as far as the Campbell Ranch Master Plan appeal process, as you know, that, what happened in the meeting on Tuesday was, the issue was because of the violation or the accusation of a violation by the Attorney General's office to the Open Meetings Act in regards to the September 28th and 29th meeting of last year. We felt that we could not move forward with that appeal process. So it puts the ball back in the applicant's court. I met with the applicant this morning and indicated that they have basically three options. They can come in and reapply with the amendment that they came in with in September. They can come back with a modified amendment, or they can choose not to amend the master plan and default to the original master plan. In discussions with them, I think they will choose one of the latter two options. They will either modify that amendment to the master plan, or they will just choose to defer back to the original master plan. And so those are their options. And so once we know what they choose to do, then we'll notify, we'll either convene a planning and zoning meeting if a public hearing is required. If a public hearing is not required, we'll notify you that a public hearing is not going to be required. Any questions on that? And then code enforcement. So regarding code enforcement, when you use that term, code enforcement, there's an implication that there's a code to enforce. The town of Edgewood has no code to enforce, so there is technically no code enforcement other than the zoning code. As far as nuisance properties, things like strewn trash, abandoned buildings, anything like that, it is up to you as the commission to determine whether that is a nuisance, and you have to publicly declare that property a nuisance before any enforcement action can be taken. And there has, as far as I know, there has never been a general declaration by the commission as to nuisances in the town of Edgewood. So I think there's a couple of options that we have. One is I can come forward with a list of nuisance properties, present them to the commission, and you can choose to declare them individually as a nuisance or not. I think at some point we might want to consider modifying our ordinance so we do have a code that we can enforce. But that's really up to the commission's prerogative how you want to proceed on that. I do have the authority under the ordinance to enforce zoning violations. And so I do have one property that came forward as a potential nuisance complaint, and we have determined that that is potentially a zoning violation. And so I do have the authority to initiate an action based on a zoning violation. But anything that's regarding a nuisance, I have no legal authority under our statutes to do anything except wait for the commission to make a decision how they want to declare properties. If they want to declare a property a nuisance, it's up to the commission to do that. Any questions on that?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
along the lines of nuisance, are you getting reports from the citizens or calls?
Oh, absolutely. The citizenry expects that if their neighbor's trash is blowing all over the neighborhood, that something should be done about that.
So that's how you're being notified? You're not driving around looking for?
Well, both. If I drive around and I see an abandoned property or if I see a substandard building, I will note that and I'll take pictures of it. But mostly they come from citizens' complaints. What I've told the citizens at this point is, thank you for notifying us, and I'm sorry, there's nothing that I can do until this process takes place.
I think that if there's no objections from the commission, that bringing forward maybe the list of properties, because we really don't want to delay this process until after the ordinance is edited. You know, that could be a long process.
I agree. So what I would recommend, because you're going to have to do these individually, so I will select maybe the top 10 or 12.
Okay.
And then if you want, I can bring in the second 10 or 12. And then if we need to continue, I'll bring in the third 10 or 12. But we'll try. I will try to use my judgment to prioritize those.
Thank you.
And then so that's the nuisance property. So that's basically my report. If there's any questions, I stand ready to answer.
Okay. Right, next, matters from the mayor. I just wanted to mention on the Municipal Officers Leadership Institute training from the Municipal League, that the commissioners and I did attend in Santa Fe and had some very helpful information. I did think that it was crammed into just 2 days, made it kind of difficult, but at the same time very educational, and did receive information on our new form of government, being commission manager. And just wanted to thank the commissioners for taking time away from their families, their businesses, their jobs, their retirement, their fishing boats, their grandkids, whatever it might be. And just so the public knows, you should be very, very proud of the commissioners, I think, for taking that investment of time to really learn and do right for the public's business. And having served on other boards, I can tell you, and even the previous council, not every single elected official takes that time to do that for you all. So I just wanted to thank the commissioners for that. And Santa Fe County fire restrictions, this is something, Brad, you could probably address a little better than me, but everyone knows with the winds and how dry it is that it's a no burn zone basically. And as was mentioned earlier, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to have fireworks for Memorial Day either. So
yeah, so as the commission is probably aware, there is a joint powers agreement between the town of Edgewood and the Santa Fe County Fire Department. Specifically in that joint powers agreement is emergency declarations are under the purview of the county fire marshal. He has declared a fire restrictive period, so there will be no permits allowed for the foreseeable future. And so if you are doing a burn in the town of Edgewood, you do have to get a permit through the fire marshal. Our police department does enforce those. So if they see a fire and they know that there's not a permit at this point, they will work with Santa Fe County, but they can enforce that as well. So just ask people to be safe, protect we've seen some devastating fires in the state in the last week, and so we need to just all be aware of our situation.
thank you. Emergency Operations Center, Manager Davis and I have been working very hard on this with the community member who has generously volunteered his time and making great progress. We have a lot of documents that are being drafted and have another meeting on that for this Friday. And so that is moving forward at a really steady pace. And I'd like to thank him, Mr. Berger, for that. Collaboration with Edgewood Soil and Water regarding fire mitigation. And for this, KR, I know that you had talked to Soil and Water, didn't you? I think that it's something as far as even for the EOC, mitigating any factors we can for the community as far as fire goes is a great thing. So tree thinning, and I appreciate the information you gave me here, KR. So I thought maybe you could address it.
Yes, Ms. Mayor. I called them, and they have, for property owners, their list is already 50 people long. So it's going to be a long time before anybody gets personal attention. The policy allows that if the homeowner will have the property thinned and cleared according to the property policy, that the Soil and Water Conservation District, through a grant, will pay 80% of that clearing. They have not done a town, or they have not done a town in a long time. So when I talked to her, she was extremely excited about the opportunity to work with the town of Edgewood, and that it would not be 50 people in front of us.
So we have to address specifically what our needs are, how they, and probably ought to have photos and all that other stuff. But it would be to support the town, not individual property owners. It would be anything that we are responsible for.
All right, thank you very much. Federal appropriations requests, these have been in process, and we had an excellent meeting, Manager Davis and I, with Senator Lujan's office, representative there. Others have been occurring. We did, as some of you know, have Representative Melanie Stansberry stop by the town the other evening, about a week ago. And so I'm very hopeful. There's just a lot of federal funds, you know, out there, as well as the state. And so I'm not going to get into specifics here. The meeting's already going a little long, but just know that is in process. So next on our agenda, we'll take a break here in just a couple minutes, right before the quasi-judicial hearing. Commissioner Powers, just so you know, we moved matters from the commissioners down to after our discussion and action items. But next on the agenda, we have matters from the Interim Treasurer. Yes, sir.
I provided the notebook for you so that we could begin going over the ordinances and resolutions as you had requested a couple months ago, I believe. So I've also provided you with a highlighter, some extra paper, for note taking. Awesome. And I thought that maybe you would start reviewing our ordinances and see what you want us to bring to you so that you can begin the revision process. Some of them indicate that they have been superseded or rescinded. But I went all the way back to 1999 for both ordinances and resolutions. So now we'll wait for you to instruct us what you want to start with.
Thank you so much for putting this together. I think it's very organized and very helpful. So we have here in our binder lists of the ordinances so that the commissioners can look through and we can determine what might be priority. Some of these, you know, probably just could be reaffirmed if necessary. You know, there's zone changes in here, for example, things like that. There might be others that we want to repeal, such as repealing the personnel ordinance. Well, who knows? Maybe the commission wants to bring the personnel ordinance back. And so these are just things for us to look at. And then commissioners, if you can let Stephanie and Master Davis know, clerk and manager know what might be really important to you. We do need to start getting through these for the codification process to eventually happen. So we do need to keep a steady pace on these. So if within the next maybe week, I could ask you guys to maybe give a couple of your priorities, I think that would be good. So resolutions, you know, same thing as ordinances. Do we think we need to reaffirm them? Do we think we need to rescind them? Things like that. And like I said, some of them might be very straightforward, but, you know, resolutions are actually policy for the governing body or for the entity. So if there's something that no longer applies or we no longer want it, then that's something that we could rescind. So, thank you. Stephanie, that's great. Matters from the town manager. Nothing tonight?
Stephanie and Amelia and I are today, tomorrow, and Thursday we are taking the class for the certified purchasing officer course, and Friday we'll be taking a 2-hour test, and I hope we will pass. Otherwise, we'll be very embarrassed. And so please, you know, be patient with us when we cannot get back to you.
Okay, good to know. Thank you, guys. All right, then we're going to go ahead and take a break before we jump into the quasi-judicial hearing. So take a 10-minute break. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and come back into session. It's 8:36, and we have the quasi judicial hearing, the request for zone change, and do we need a motion to go into?
No.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Brad.
So if it please the commission, this is a quasi judicial procedure. I hereby certify that public notice of this meeting has been posted as required by notice on site, by letters to affected parties, by notice in our website as an agenda item, and so I do indicate and affirm that that has occurred. Before I give any more testimony, I do need to ask the clerk to swear in myself and the applicant.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you provide to this body to be true and complete, so help me God?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Robert Scrivener, 27 Navarro Road, Edgewood, New Mexico, 70115.
I'm Brad Hill. I'm the Planning and Zoning Manager for the town of Edgewood. So this is a quasi judicial procedure. As I indicated, all of the public notices have been posted as required. The case is being heard under provisions required by the New Mexico Court of Appeals intended to protect the rights of all parties and their witnesses, and the swearing in of all parties giving testimony. The affected parties have the right to cross-examine persons giving testimony and also seek confirmation of no conflict of interest or no ex parte communication. So, Madam Mayor, I would ask you to poll the commission to indicate whether they have a conflict of interest or they've had any ex parte communication with the applicant, Mr. Robert Scrivener.
Any questions, commissioners?
Mayor, would you please poll the commissioners if they've had ex parte communication or if they have a conflict of interest?
Commissioner Donner?
I have had no prior communication or any conflict of interest in this.
Commissioner Brennan?
I've had no prior communications or any conflicts of interest on this.
I have no conflicts of interest or ex parte communication. Commissioner Powers?
I have no conflicts or ex parte communication.
And Commissioner Naya?
No conflict, no ex parte.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, commissioners, we come before you today, and I do have a staff report. I can't present staff reports until I'm under oath, so because this is testimony, so I will present you with written staff report. So the applicant, Mr. Scrivener, came before the planning and zoning, or came before myself as the planning and zoning administrator and submitted an application for a zone change. The application was complete, and we also indicated that he provided documentation that he is indeed the landowner. We provided documentation of what his proposal will be. We confirmed that the property is currently zoned C1, and that the appropriate request for what he intends to do with the property would be to seek a zone change to SU. So I would, at this time, invite the applicant to come forward and give you a brief description of what his intent was. I will indicate further to you that he did meet in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission, and a hearing was held, and the one Planning and Zoning Commissioner did recuse because she has a similar project as to the applicant, and so just to prevent any appearance of impropriety, she did recuse herself. But the commission did hear all of the testimony of the applicant, or the applicant actually, the presentation from the Planning and Zoning manager, myself, and there was one affected party that had a clarifying question and did testify, but had no objection to the zone change request. And ultimately, the Planning and Zoning Commission did vote 3-0 to recommend to this body that you approve the requested zone change. So at this time, I will ask the applicant to come forward and give you information as what his intent is, and then if you have any questions, you can cross-examine him.
No, I'm wanting to put in self-storage units down there, at the co-op on the property in question here. And, is there any questions you guys have, or?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have a question. I'm not sure if this is for the applicant or for you, Brad. I noticed that the staff report first says it's a zone change from C1 to SU, and then under the findings of fact, it's C2 to SU.
I'm sorry, it's C1.
It's C1?
It is C1, yes.
Yeah, because even in the notice for public hearing, it's saying C2 as well.
Oh, it is C2, I apologize. Well,
All that property, all that in that strip there is all C2 now.
Yeah, and the application for zone change also
yes, it's C2.
can't tell if it's C1.
It is C2. Yeah, the application, there was a correction on the application itself. But it is C2, I apologize.
So the findings of fact state is C2. So
Yes, findings of fact are from the planning and zoning commission. So that is a recommendation, that's not a decision.
Okay.
So the process, just so you understand, is that if, under our current zoning ordinance, there is specific provision under C2 zoning that if you want to, you have to seek SU for, storage units, and there is specific language in the special use zoning ordinance for mini storage units. And, so one of the determinations that the Planning and Zoning Commission made is that all of those provisions under that section of the ordinance would be complied with.
Any questions of staff or the applicant?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Anaya?
can you pinpoint the location on this?
On the map?
Yes, please.
Did you want to move the camera?
This lot right here,
It's on 66,
it's on 66, it's on Old Highway 66.
Just before the county line.
so it's by Barton? It's county line, that'd be Barton.
Right.
Okay.
There's a contractor, CJ&E Construction, if you're familiar with that area.
Yes.
That's the adjoining landowner, and he has no objection to.
Okay.
And this is to the west
Yes.
on 66.
Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions for me.
All right.
So Mayor, at this time, if you have no further questions, I would ask you to consider, and just let me kind of go through the process so you understand. If you make a motion and second and approve this zone change, then I will come back at the next council meeting or commission meeting with the findings of fact and conclusions of law. And also an ordinance. You have to adopt all zone changes by passing an ordinance. So you will pass an ordinance certifying this as a zone change.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead and please read the entire language there. Do you want someone else to make a
No,
motion?
where is it?
Judicial hearing, item 9.
Oh, item 9, okay. Actually, somebody else read it because my throat will give out.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I do make a motion, read by you.
Commissioner Brennan can read it. Let's have him do that.
Yeah, I make a motion, I'd like to make a motion, that the request for zoning change from C2 to SU, lot 3, 4, and 5 is shown in the plat as 2.162 acres, S19T10N R7E, NMPM, filed in the Office of Santa Fe County Clerk, Santa Fe County, New Mexico on December 11th, 1980, and Plat Book 89, page 14, as document number 469962. Applicant is Robert Scribner.
Okay, thank you. We have the motion by Commissioner Brennan. Commissioner Anaya, do you want a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, we'll do roll call vote. Commissioner Powers?
Aye.
Commissioner Anaya?
Aye.
I vote aye. Commissioner Donner?
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Discussion and action items next. This first item here, the request for intergovernmental affairs meeting with Moriarty Edgewood School District regarding the possible demolition of Edgewood Elementary School South Building. And so I'm going to go ahead and open this up with a motion to request this meeting. And if we have a second, then we can go into discussion.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I motion for a request for an intergovernmental affairs meeting with Moriarty Edgewood School District regarding the possible demolition of Edgewood Elementary School South.
Thank you, Commissioner Donner. We're in discussion now.
We
And
need a second.
he seconded.
He made the motion. He made a motion
No, I made the
over your
motion.
motion.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you made the motion.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Second
so I made the motion,
motion.
he seconded.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. And then, we'll have discussion. So Commissioner Powers, you want to tell us about your
Well, the reason I wasn't here at the beginning of the meeting is I went to the Moriarty Edgewood School District Board meeting at Mountain View Elementary. And I was shocked to find out, or we were shocked to find out, that the agenda contained an item for a vote tonight on the demolition of the Edgewood South building. The reason I was shocked is because we've been asking for communication and dialogue and to be able to have some part of input into this process. And they just flipped it onto the agenda tonight. So I went there, I made some comments regarding that, regarding the fact that they didn't have any engineering reports. They had not done anything to compare an option to renovate the building, the cost of renovation versus demolition and rebuilding. So there was a pretty good turnout, a lot of people from Edgewood there, and of course I had to leave to come back before I heard a lot of the comments, but I did hear some. I'm hopeful that they will listen. I don't know. The reaction was tepid at best. But I asked them to table that vote on tonight and to entertain the intergovernmental panel meeting so that we could discuss this in the open, and that people in Edgewood who have very strong feelings about this can weigh in on this as well as their elected officials. I pointed out that our constituents are their constituents as well, and elect several of the board members. So ask them to represent our interests and to include the very people that will be affected most in the decision-making process.
Great. Thank you for going.
And we'll find out, I guess, tomorrow what they did, or maybe later tonight.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Anaya?
Commissioner Powers. You mentioned earlier that they had just stuck this on the agenda for the demolition? Or was it
For the
properly? Was it properly?
Oh, yeah, it was properly noticed, but it's odd that we have been requesting communication and even discussed the possibility of having a meeting. And they didn't even give us the courtesy of a phone call to let us know that they were going to vote on it.
Seems part of the course.
Well, we have options still available before they can vote on it, and then we can, after that, look at all the options that are available to us to stop the proceedings or get the state involved with the entire case. So at this particular moment, I'm not too worried about what they would do, which they probably will vote to demolition. That would be my thinking.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Powers?
So I just got a text that said they voted to demolish all of them. And I pointed out that the building value by their own estimation is about $14 million, and they're gonna get a $900,000 grant to demolish it.
They might.
They might, they might. So I made the comparison, if you had a $400,000 house and somebody offered you $20,000 to knock it down, and it just needed some routine maintenance and perhaps a roof, you'd be crazy to destroy that value in that house. So I don't think it makes any practical sense. They seem really bent on doing it, obviously, with the vote tonight. So I think we'll have to consider our options at this point.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Naya?
Commissioner Powers, do you know what the vote was?
I don't know.
And is this meeting recorded? Not this one, but the school board. Are they recording their minutes, the meeting?
That I don't know, but there was someone in the audience from Edgewood that was recording, Mr. Miguel.
Oh, so he has a recording of it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Just a quick question. Since this property is zoned SU for, special use, for specific use for a school district, for a school facility and government facilities, if that use ceases, then the SU zoning has to be redetermined to another zoning. I would like just to request that I be able to consult with our land use attorney to determine what option we may have if they were to, say, demolish the building. Maybe we need to consider what zoning this particular property needs to be.
Yeah.
Thank you. If there's no objection from the commission, I think that's perfectly fine to do some research on that.
I'm kind of a loss of words for this. It's, one town trying to inflict its will upon another town in that town's back in their own yard.
Madam Chair.
Excuse me, Commissioner Naya. Commissioner Brennan has the floor, so until he yields the floor.
You're right, but I just wanted to make one correction.
No, let Brennan finish, please.
And to go ahead and take the building that is currently there at the value of what that building is, take $900,000, once again of taxpayer money, tear that building down. It's a double loss to the taxpayer. The taxpayers of Edgewood paid for that school, and they should have more of a say of what goes on with that building. I think this is a waste of government funds, and I would recommend that we have legal counsel look at that avenue.
Thank you, Commissioner Brennan. Commissioner Naya?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just for point of clarification, it's not town versus town. It is the district, and the district includes all of the East Mountain area other than it includes Moriarty and Edgewood, and the schools that are in the district or in the town belong to the entire district, not either town. Does that make sense?
It just seems like one town is trying to override influence upon the other. It's just like two brothers having an argument in the same family.
Well,
two different points.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I understand what you're saying, and I totally agree with you. But just for the clarification that it's a district and it's not town versus town. That's all I wanted to make clear.
Okay, but they're wanting to knock down a $14 million building.
Asset.
Building, an asset, and build a $5.5 million sports complex in Moriarty. It is, Phil. I'm sorry. I'm gonna argue with you on this one. It is a town versus town thing here. I have other issues with Moriarty Edgewood School District besides this. Edgewood has one elected official representing them. One. And that's Linda. They appointed another one after they already had somebody that was a write-in that didn't understand the proceedings, didn't even reach out to her. Edgewood resident.
Madam Chair?
This is,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
They look down on Edgewood. And no one else, and I think most of us on this panel, besides maybe one, would agree on that. It's time that we put our foot down and we stand up for our town and the people in it, the ones that are spending the money. Majority of the funds that Moriarty Edgewood School District gets is from this town. Absolutely ridiculous that this continues to happen, time and time again. I'm done. I don't have anything else to say.
Thanks, Commissioner Donner. Next was Commissioner Powers.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that, the vote was unanimous, I heard back. So even our representative that was elected from our district here voted for demolition. And
Spineless.
so it is astounding that in spite of our request for communication to be included in the process, to slow down the process long enough to get some engineering reports, that it was kind of a slap in the face that they put it on the agenda and rushed it onto the agenda for tonight. When I pointed that out, it didn't seem to, as you know, didn't have any effect. Everybody voted to demolish that building. The other thing I pointed out to them is their master plan facilities was adopted by vote of the school board, and it actually designated, when they closed the school down, that was a big issue. People didn't want the school closed. They did it anyway. They promised Edgewood that we would have that facility as a community center. So I pointed that out tonight, and that's been the expectation of the community for years. And to just make this autonomous decision, rush it through, which I have to believe that they rushed it through because we were objecting. So they didn't want to allow a public process that might go the other way. I think it's a sad comment to see that kind of autonomous decision-making and not even considering the will of the people who are most affected that live here.
Commissioner Naya.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Donner?
Yes.
This argument that we're having tonight has nothing to do with myself or my beliefs or my hometown. I was born and raised in the East Mountains in Moriarty. I grew up, I graduated from there. I know the school system. I was on the Board of Education for many years, and I represented the town of Edgewood. It was my district. And you can ask the mayor if I didn't fight for this town on many occasions. So as far as I'm concerned, the argument about me being the only one on this panel that doesn't agree, that's false. I agree that the building should not be torn down, and I will fight for that. But don't put me, I live in Edgewood, I represent Edgewood, and I am an Edgewood person, okay? So that's the way it stands.
Okay, so if that's the case, start reflecting it. You argued my Estancia Valley ordinance. You're arguing with this that it's a clarification. Moriarty gets more than Edgewood, and that's going to stop. Regardless, it's going to stop.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Commissioner Powers.
Is it possible, you were on the school board for many years, is it possible to appeal a decision? Is there any way to do that?
The board, has to agree to bring it back as an agenda item and, to put it back on the agenda and reconsider. And, you know, just based on the communications that everyone has had, I don't know that that's much of a possibility. I'm always hopeful, you know, like I said. One of the things I was gonna make is I've heard from the public on this matter. And, I've seen the posts online, and I've heard the people, and I've heard the tenants. I've heard the parents of the preschoolers and the pre-K program that's over there. I've lived through the school closure, and I know what was promised to this town. I know exactly what was promised, and I know exactly what is in that master plan. And I have heard the parents, the students, that come here, and I know the needs of this town. That apparently was lost on the elected representatives of the school district. Very disappointing. They are elected by the people to represent the people.
Perhaps it's time we start thinking of other avenues when it comes to school districts.
So right now, what we have on the agenda is to request the intergovernmental affairs meeting with them. We've heard that they've already taken their vote despite our request to table the item and to have further collaborative discussions and to reflect the will of the people. So, you know, what does the commission want to do with this? I think there's probably value from my perspective in you know, making this request regardless of their vote. Maybe we need to add in something different into the motion, now that we have this new information. But, I guess, I mean, the request should be there in my viewpoint, that our governing body is willing to work with the district, willing to possibly cover the costs and do a lease, willing to work on that until such time the school district has firm and funded plans to rebuild Edgewood Elementary School, on which, of course, there's 40 acres, so the school could be built alongside or, you know, another place on the 40 acres. But in the interim time period, you know, it's been suggested by the school board members that I saw online, that we create our own community center. Okay, where's that 30 or 40 million going to come from? Why not use a $14 million building that's already existing and just needs a little work on the roof? And that's something I believe, I can't speak for the whole commission here, but I believe the town would be willing to do. Parks and Rec has been asking for that. So I think the request stands regardless of their vote.
I would agree. I think we ought to go to a vote on it if there's no more discussion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Anaya.
I'd like to make a motion that we send the request to the Moriarty School District, the Moriarty Edgewood School District, requesting a formal meeting between the entities, the governing bodies, to discuss the Edgewood Elementary School.
Okay, I did make that motion and we had the second by Donner.
I apologize.
That's okay, no problem, but I'm just, okay. Commissioner Brennan?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I really do think that we should also refer to council as to legal actions that we could take as far as preventing the demolition of this building going forward, or at least postpone it so that we could get all the parties involved and have a civil discussion over the proper use of taxpayer property.
Any other comments? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Powers?
Aye.
Commissioner Anaya?
Aye.
Commissioner Donner?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. We will get that request to them in writing. Next is procurement, request for 2 police department vehicles, possibly more. Chief?
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, so currently I have 2 vehicles that are on order. These 2 police vehicles the order was placed back in August 2021, and we have yet to receive them due to the chip shortages and stuff like that. Now, generally, when we place an order on these vehicles, we usually have them on the ground in around December. So I called the vendor, hoping to get an ETA for these vehicles. Keep in mind, 2 PD vehicles and 1 animal control unit that we ordered from the same vendor. So I called to try to get an estimated time of arrival from the vendor. He was unable to give me any kind of delivery date. So then I started to call government contract vendors in the state. I was able to locate Expeditions that are on government contract in Los Lunas, and I found 1 F-150 that would match the rest of our fleet government contract from a vendor in Rio Rancho. So I would absolutely love to take advantage of these vehicles so that we could put them on the street right now. Currently, I have 1 of my officers in a floater. Within the last 2 months, I've already put $3,000 in just keeping that thing running. So what I am requesting is that I can take advantage of the vehicles that I did find. And I discussed it further with the mayor and the town manager, and they had the actually really good idea as far as keeping our current order so that we could utilize it for next year's 2 allotted vehicles, as opposed to possibly being in the same situation for next year. So we would keep our current order placed as it sits with the vehicles that we have ordered from, it's Field Long out of Denver, and take advantage of the vehicles that I did find that are ready to be outfitted. What we would then do is take the vehicles that we have on order out of next year's fiscal budget, at which point it wouldn't affect much. It's just a little bit of moving money, and those vehicles aren't going to get here before July 1. So we could then take them out of next year's budget, and hopefully we could utilize those as our order for the vehicles next year. Now, this will also benefit the town, because I know that planning and zoning needs a vehicle. I'd be able to push one down, and when I'm able to free up an animal control vehicle, which I'm still looking for, I haven't found one yet, I know that maintenance also needs a vehicle, so I would be able to push a vehicle down to another entity in the town as well. So if you guys want any more details or information on those vehicles that I have located, stand for questions.
Did you say the F-150 is available still?
Yes, so the F-150 is still available.
Okay.
And that matches our current fleet that we have. The Expedition is a little bit different, but it is a police package, and it's ready to be outfitted. The only difference is it's black. That's the only difference with the Expedition. The F-150 actually matches its white.
Okay.
So it's down for inclusion.
Black is okay.
Yeah, you have a few black vehicles currently.
Yes, a couple of the older vehicles are black, but yeah, they clean up really nice. Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So when we pick up these vehicles, do we have to send them to get equipped? And that would go to WAC? Is that correct?
No.
Who's
So in the past several years, we've utilized Code 3 as our outfitter. Code 3 has since closed down. I have started to obtain quotes from other agencies as far as the outfit. Blue Sky is one of them. They're a new outfitter. I have several quotes from them. and then I'll be reaching out to MHQ. There's also one more, up there in Los Lunas that haven't got a new up-to-date quote as of yet. And just so y'all are aware, all of these prices are going up. It used to cost us about $15,000 to outfit one of these vehicles. Now I'm looking at about 23.
I'll get you a number tomorrow for it's, I believe it's called WIC Outfitters. They're on the state contract for also, equipping the, vehicles, okay?
Excellent.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
It is an action item.
it is. I did want to add that we have, I guess, the possibility of, 2 or 3, so I guess it's just the will of the commission if we want to do the 2 expeditions and the F-150. I just don't see prices going down anytime soon, and supply, of course, supply is just a huge issue. For the future, I think, the expedition would be nice to be able to have in the future. I know it will go through the department, but, for emergencies and, maintenance, for hauling things and whatever we have, equipment and stuff like that, it's nice to have some of the bigger vehicles too. So, but it's up to the commission, whatever you decide, and if you want to keep the current order, because there's no end in sight on that one, and these 3 are available now, so.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Do you want to do this under a motion, or do you want to do it under, just the, town manager making the purchases?
We do have to, since it's over 20,000, we do have to bring it to commission for permission to, procure the purchase, and so that, we do need a motion on this.
So, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion for, the police department and the town manager to work a deal out with the 3 vehicles that, have been in the conversation for, the police department and for planning and zoning.
I'll second.
Friendly amendment is, I don't think that it would go directly to planning and zoning, so just go to the department first. And then we trickle down.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, exactly right, Madam Mayor.
Okay. And so it's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Powers, right? You made the second. Okay. Any other discussion?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, question. So the 2 vehicles that we have that are on order that we're waiting for, eventually they'll show up, but we don't pay for those until we actually receive them, right? So that wouldn't be coming out of this year's budget money. This would be coming out of the following year.
Right.
So we currently have POs cut for those vehicles for them to place the order, but until we get hands-on, those POs are essentially just stale.
What I don't want to see us happen is that, we go ahead and buy 2 vehicles and also we're having to pay right away out of this year's budget 2 other vehicles, which is not something that we've planned for.
3 vehicles.
3, sorry. So if it's not gonna come out of our budget till next year, then yeah, I'm all good with that.
How does that work, Stephanie? A PO's cut is typically money allotted, correct?
Correct.
So, and that would be towards this year's budget? Or are you able to allocate that over to the next fiscal year?
I think.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Nancy.
Okay. I think what would happen is, the purchase order would, in either situation, so if the vehicles arrive in this fiscal year, that purchase order would not be rolled over to the next year, okay? If they don't arrive, which it doesn't seem like they will, the purchase order just rolls over into the next fiscal year, and they have used their allotment of the 2 vehicles, for each fiscal year, yeah.
Okay, right. And NIMA has already made notes to try to roll over the POs from this fiscal year into next one for those current orders.
Okay, okay. I think Brennan and I just needed
Warm and fuzzy.
yeah, some clarification.
Great question. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great news. All right, request for radio communications upgrades. And we touched on this with the sheriff a little earlier, but this came up also in our, in one of our meetings this past week, and kind of finding out that there's some really big concerns and holes in our communications. And so Chief, if you would address that for us, that would be great.
Yes, so this issue is to address our handheld radios. So our handheld radios are essentially terrible. If we go into a building, one, we don't hear dispatch, and two, dispatch doesn't hear us. Now, that's not just to say in a building, because they don't get very well in other locations either. To give you an example, we've had 3 major incidences in the past several months. 2 have been fights with officers and suspects where they try to get out on the radios, were never heard. One was actually the shooting involving the Mexico State Police, where our officer tried to get out, nothing was heard. So way back when I started, we actually had a repeater system in our units, and that repeater system worked excellent. You would hit a button, the repeater system would turn on, you could be at the back of Walmart, and you could get out clear as day, and you could hear dispatch clear as day. The problem with that repeater system and why they went away from it is that if you had more than one repeater in your vehicle that would roll up to a scene, let's say I rolled up first, turn on my repeater button, and then a secondary unit arrived, turn on their repeater button, it would lock up the system. Now, the new repeater systems are smarter. They'll actually communicate with each other, and one will take precedence over the other. So what I am asking for is to try to take advantage of these newer style repeater systems. I have one quote that I've received as of yet. Sergeant Urbina reached out to a vendor, Advanced Communications, and got a quote from them. The price for all 12 vehicles was $42,000. Now, we're going to try to look out for some more quotes to try to get more vendors involved to see if we can get the absolute best price. But these things are becoming more and more, it's absolutely necessary for the safety of the officers.
Sounds like a pretty good price for that repeater system.
It is pennies when you're speaking about the whole aspect of communications. When you talk about improving communications, I mean, $42,000 is essentially a drop in the bucket compared to other elements that would improve radio communications, repeaters, tower repeaters, stuff like that. Those cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, or if not millions of dollars. So essentially, it's a really good price, especially for all 12. What I would like to do is, when we decide on a vendor, get one installed in the unit and make sure that it actually does improve the radio system so that we're not spending money and not seeing any improvement. I don't want to spend money on 12. If it didn't work for one, why would it work for the other 11?
Okay, so Commission, we just need a motion to allow them to request quotes for this item.
Madam Mayor, go ahead, go for it. Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead and go forward with getting further quotes for a repeater system for the police department.
Thank you, Commissioner Brennan. Commissioner Donner, did you want a second?
I will second.
Okay, any other questions, comments, concerns?
Madam Mayor, one question. Chief, instead of just getting one, I would think get 2. That way you can also test the fact that they won't override each other.
Yes, that's actually an excellent idea.
All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Library Advisory Board appointments. Thank you so much to Sandy and Kenny for your interest and submitting your information to us. I really appreciate that. And I would like to make a motion to approve Sandy Matson with the term ending 12/31/22 and Kenny Adams, term ending 12/31/24 to the Library Advisory Board.
I'll second.
Commissioner Donner, second. And any comments?
None for me, thank you. Thank you, I'm taking this.
Okay, hi Sandy. Thank you so much for all you do. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, next we have proclamation declaring May 2022 Motorcycle Awareness Month in the town of Edgewood. This is a typical proclamation and something for safety and awareness as the weather warms up and everything. It is very easy to miss the motorcycles or have them in our blind spots. And so this is something I think we could get out on the website and social media just to bring awareness to watch out for motorcycles, right? And so I'll entertain a motion to approve this proclamation. Just want to point out, we may do some editing, a couple of just like formatting changes to these two proclamations on the agenda, but nothing serious as far as content goes, okay?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion for the proclamation declaring May 2022 as Motorcycle Awareness Month in the town of Edgewood.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I just would like to, I used to be a motorcycle rider. I logged a lot of miles. In fact, the longest one trip that I did was from San Diego to Albuquerque. That's when I came home to ask Debbie to marry me. So I know the issues that motorcycle drivers have to deal with out there on the road. You have to have a head on a swivel watching other drivers because they don't see you. When I was stationed in Key West, Florida, we had an accident involving a motorcycle, and a tourist literally ran over this guy on his motorcycle and killed him. And the comment from the lady who was driving said, "I don't know what all the fuss is about, it's just a motorcycle." So this is really close and dear to my heart.
You start my mornings going to Sturgis a couple times there, Brandon.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
All right, next is a proclamation recognizing Memorial Day on May 30th, 2022. And this was brought forward by one of the Parks and Recreation members. They think it's a nice proclamation. Again, we'll work on formatting. And so I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion recognizing Memorial Day, May 30, 2022.
Second.
It's been moved by Powers, seconded by Anaya.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd just like to make a comment. I looked at what the Parks and Rec people have put together. It's fantastic for that day. I mean, they really have some great events. I was told by Ralph Hill that they've arranged for a flyover of fighter jets from Holloman to be there. It's going to be quite a day. So I'm really looking forward to it. And thank you so much for putting all that together.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next we have the presentation of the fiscal year 6/30/2021 external audit by Beasley Mitchell CPAs. We have with us online, and you can go ahead and unmute Ms. Garcia. And if you could turn on your video, would be great. We do have a copy of the audit, and Jesus, if you could allow her to share screen so that the public can go ahead and see the audit as well, that would be good. Ms. Garcia, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I'm not sure why the camera is not showing me. It was showing me when I logged in originally, so I'm not sure if it's a setting on your end. You want to take a look?
Did you guys hear? Could you hear that?
I couldn't understand that.
I couldn't.
She doesn't know why your camera's not working.
Oh, okay.
There's the mic.
Let's see. Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, for having me, and of course, citizens of the town of Edgewood. My name is Dalia Garcia, and I'm the audit partner at Beasley Mitchell & Company. I am here to present the audit for June 30th, 2021. The audit of the town of Edgewood is a financial statement audit. It does include some compliance components. First, I'd like to thank the staff for assisting me through the audit. They were very responsive, and I really appreciate their time and effort during this audit. Management's responsibility in the audit, as noted in the independent auditor's report, is to prepare the fair presentation of the financial statements in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. My responsibility as the auditor is to express an opinion on those financial statements. In our opinion, except for the items described in the basis of qualified opinion, the financial statements presented fairly. We did have a qualified opinion regarding the capital assets of the entity. The problem that we saw with the capital assets is that they had been certified with some errors and some exclusions of items that were added after they had been certified by the council. In addition to that, there was some confusion on those capital assets and their completeness, and so there was some time-consuming items there for us to get the final reports regarding capital assets. Aside from the capital assets, we did not have any concerns respective to the financial statements, and we do believe the rest of the financial statements were presented fairly. Do we have any questions on that?
I would like to ask Ms. Garcia if you could please email the final listing and roll forward schedules and footnote schedules of the capital assets to our town manager. The accounting and administration is at this moment collecting any and all puzzle pieces for capital assets so that that qualification may be cleared. Would you mind emailing to her? Her email is townmanager@edgewood-nm.gov. Not this moment, but when you have time, soon.
No, absolutely. We will definitely get that over.
Thank you.
No.
Any questions from the commission on this qualification? It's an audit opinion. We have a qualified audit opinion. Our capital assets listing is not complete, and something that I've been warning the town about for years, and needs to be addressed, and we will be doing that post haste and clear this audit opinion issue for FY22's audit. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Garcia.
Absolutely. So aside from that, in our opinion, we do disclose information on required supplementary information. For you as an entity, the required supplementary information that we had was a management discussion and analysis, which summarizes the financial position and information on the town and what we're looking forward to do. And you can see that in pages 5 through 7. In addition to that, we also disclose the information regarding your net pension liability as it is held by PARA. The PARA financial statements are audited, and they do have an actuary that reviews that and provides that information to the auditors of the PARA financial statements. We on our end also do an analysis related to that, but we're not issuing an opinion on the required supplementary information. We also have a report that we issued that I will go over in just a little bit that's on internal controls. There is no opinion on our report for internal controls, but it is a report where we document any internal control deficiencies that we may have identified. There may be additional internal control items that are not identified, but given the limitation of scope in an audit where we're not testing every single item and it is on a test basis based on risk, then we don't affirm that we've reviewed every single internal control or that we've caught all deficiencies within the report. Any questions on that? So as an entity, you issue a statement of net position. This is considered a government-wide financial statement. What this is that we grab all your funds and we combine them together and we include them in one report where we're also including long-term items. In this case, long-term items that we're including in this report are your capital assets. Again, your qualification is based on those capital assets. There has been significant work from what it looks like from years past where they've been compiling on them. However, they were not fully complete at this point. In addition to that, you'll see deferred outflows of resources. That's related to your pension items. That would be para and OPEB. Essentially, a few years back, a new policy was adopted through GASB, where we had to recognize net pension liabilities and the related outflows of resources and inflows of resources for anything that para is essentially underfunded. Like I said, that information does come directly from para. We do analysis on that for accuracy, and we did not find any discrepancies on our analysis related to that, but it is audited by a different auditor. In addition to that, the other long-term items included in this government-wide financial are loans, and that would be any sort of debt that you have with NMFA or any other entity regarding what is owed to the entity. After adding all these long-term items into this government-wide financial, for the governmental entity, we have a net position of $8.2 million. What I will say with that is that $5.9 million of that is held in net investment of capital assets. That means that that's only capital assets and not cash flow. Okay? Our unrestricted net position is a negative $601,362. That doesn't mean that we have negative cash. What it means is that if we're applying all our assets into our liabilities and all our immediate needs, and we said this funding amount, net capital assets, or other restricted items for operations were not in play, we would actually be underfunded. So something for the town of Edgewood to keep in mind as we move forward, that we do need to make sure we stay within budget and that we're keeping that into consideration. Essentially, the goal would be to have that unrestricted net position covering 3 months of operational expenses. And so that is just a metric of measure for future progress, not a hard, fast rule, but something for consideration. Any questions on that? In the statement of activities, we are reporting the income that's coming into the town and the expenditures that are going out into the town based on function. When we look at the government-wide, so that includes all your governmental and enterprise activities, we did have a positive change of $2.2 million. That means that we are reducing that net position deficit that we're seeing. And so the town is definitely on the right track to get that into a positive amount. Might have any concerns about the town's ability to continue. They're just items that could help the town improve in financial security. Okay. Again, the ending net position for the governmental activities was $8.2 million. For business type activities was $4.5 million, for a total of $12.7 million. Any questions on that? The following financial statements presented are based on the individual funds held by the town. The general fund, of course, being the operational fund that's really funding and the steam that's pushing the town in its activities. The general fund really funds all general operations and also assists any non-major funds should there be a need. Of course, that's all based on approval through budget. Okay. I won't go in a lot of detail on the governmental fund level financials unless someone has any specific questions. Okay. As we move forward, we have the breakout of your business type funds. These funds is your wastewater, and it's a fund that's actually generating revenue. That's the big difference between your governmental funds and your enterprise funds. Your enterprise funds are actually generating revenue and function like a normal business would. Essentially, we still follow all the governmental rules, but they do function more like a business would, and those are reported after the fund level. If no one has any questions on the enterprise funds, I will move forward.
On page 22, it does show, just for the commission's purposes, to know the wastewater treatment plant or the wastewater fund has service fees there showing operating revenues. And then the other financing sources transfers in of $134,000, so that's how much the general fund transferred in to help this fund. However, there was still a net loss, so it really should have been more transferred in than that. I'm not sure why they didn't cover it this year, but.
And something to keep in mind, to your point, Mayor, is that there is depreciation there of $328,000 that we're documenting. Now, of course, until those capital assets are 100% accurate and we're feeling that they're representative of what you actually all have, we don't know how exact that amount is. It's reasonable, but that is a non-cash item. And the reason I want to point that out is that a lot of the times we show this huge loss, but that is a non-cash item, but it is a decrease in value of the assets that the fund holds.
Okay.
Any questions on that?
Go ahead.
Okay. After all the basic financial statements, we have the notes to the financial statements. Now, this is a great part of the length in your financial statements. Most of the notes are pretty standardized notes that are following the policies and rules on how we should report your financial statements. However, if you go through the notes, you can actually find detailed information that supports the information in the front of the financial statements. For example, we have a cash note that supports the cash information. That includes how much cash is deposited in your bank account, what is secured by FDIC, and then how much you have in collateral to secure the rest of that funding. And so if you go through those notes, you can actually get additional information that details your numbers in the front of your financial statement. For example, here as well, we have the capital assets, and we detail the information that we have as it was presented to us and as it was audited. And this does include any additions that we tested that were not originally included, and we did add those to your schedule to reduce and minimize the errors that were in there. Any questions?
On page 45, just so the commissioners can see.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
And those capital assets are broken into governmental capital assets, and then, of course, any enterprise capital assets, and you can see them broken out between the two. Okay. You also see your long-term debt schedules, where you can identify what the amount is due within the next 12 months, and we do show that in a summary form right here. And this assists you in identifying what you're going to have to actually pay out in cash flow that's going out within the next 12 months of when the financial statement year and date. So in this case, it would have been 12 months from June 30th, 2021. Okay.
And I think this footnote on capital assets might need to be updated to add in how depreciation is being allocated in the statement of activities, just so you know.
Yes, ma'am. We can definitely do that.
And then long-term debt on page 46, this is where the commission and members of the public can see our actual debt balances. So like she mentioned, it's 6.1 million.
Mm-hmm.
We have 2 loans from NMFA and the GO bond. And then compensated absences payable is for when well, it's a number of things. It's basically using up leave or being paid out leave.
Correct. And what we see is that a lot of entities allow that leave to really accrue, and it ends up being a significant item where it can cause a lot of cash flow issues for a lot of entities. For you all, that $89,000 is not super significant, and so not necessarily an area of concern for your cash flow, but something to keep in mind. After that, we have a lot of information regarding para. It talks about how those calculations are done, what is owed, what is considered our net pension liability, where para does not cover those amounts, and it is broken out between the different categories of para funding that we receive. Like I said, This information is audited separately from the town, and then we pull that information from the para audit and then use that within our report. We do apply certain procedures. However, it is not information that is audited directly by your auditors. It is provided to you by para.
On page 58, in footnote 13, it's showing that there were deficit fund balances of individual funds. And so for the administration to make sure this is corrected, for the current year, we have library fund overspent, somehow overspent, and has a deficit fund balance of $10,813, and there's a couple of others here too. So those things need to be corrected for the future.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. And then different ways to correct that is, number one, any funding that's coming in, cover that. But the main method that we see is that there's budget adjustments made where the general fund ends up covering a lot of these funds. And essentially, we evaluate what budgets you have for those funds, and you try to, reduce your expenditures within those funds to be only up to the amounts of revenue that you're receiving, or B, ensure that the general fund is okay with covering these liabilities, and then doing budget adjustments to transfer into those funds. Then we have our required supplementary information. Like mentioned, this is not audited information. We do put some limited procedures within this information, and that's the breakout between the para general division and the police division, and it details, in this case, from 2015 to 2021, essentially once we get to a 10-year term where we've been doing this type of work for 10 years, you'll see a 10-year schedule. Currently, there's not 10 years of implementation yet. There's only 6 years of implementation. So you'll be able to see the 10-year schedule running on how much we've had in deficit and what that is looking like regarding to para. Any questions on that? After that, we have supplementary information. The main supplementary information that we have is the detail of the non-major special revenue funds. In this case, you can see a list here of all the non-major funds. These funds are still audited. However, they're audited in conjunction with the major funds. They're not, we're giving an opinion in relation to the full audit. So they're less risky funds. However, we do assess materiality for those. We do items of testing for those individually based on their size to ensure that there's no significant items or misstatements that we identify. They are listed in the back of the financial statements. However, they do get summarized in a total, and then you do see that in the top of the financial statements as a total. We also have the service funds that are considered non-major, where it splits up into your loans. And those are also listed. Any questions on non-major funds? After that, we do have other supplemental information. In this case, we have your schedule of deposits, where we show the balances that are in your bank, any outstanding checks or deposits, and then your ending balances that are in your book. These end up tying to the figures that are listed in the front, but they're just in more detail, just to assist in that detail. Following that, we have a schedule of pledged collateral. This is the collateral that's held by the town of Edgewood. It's, in essence, the town of Edgewood and every municipality is required to have their cash secured. So if you have a certain dollar amount of cash, then you're secured by FDIC by $250,000. The remaining balance of those bank accounts have to be secured at least 50%, and the town of Edgewood has $5.6 million securing those cash balances and are in compliance with such security. After that, we have detail on joint powers agreements, and then our compliance section. So in our compliance section, we're reporting on internal controls over financial reporting, and this is a report where we do not give an opinion. But we do identify any items that we found deficiencies in, and we report them in this report. Okay. In this case, we did have a couple of deficiencies, and we'll go over what those items are as we go over the findings. Okay. We have a total of 5 findings in the current fiscal year, 2 of which were old findings and repeated in the current year, and 3 that are considered new findings. Any questions on that before I go over findings? Okay. So the first finding is a repeated finding. As discussed, this is the annual inventory certification. The town did perform an annual capital asset inventory certification of their capital asset listing. However, the listing was not complete, accurate, and it was when it was provided to the council, and so when it was certified, it was not the final listing of fixed assets. The town has not made significant progress because this did happen the prior year. As far as the listing completeness, we did see improvement on its format, as information was being gathered, and so we do see that there is work being done on the listing. However, the actual listing being completed before certification, there was no progress on that. Any questions on that? The next finding that was also a repeat finding was sale data check. The town had 1 sale data check in the pooled cash account that was over a year old, and the town did send written notices to the owner. However, there was no response. The town did start working on remitting that to unclaimed property division. However, that was not done until October of 2021, subsequent to the year-end audit. So that did remain as a finding. However, progress was made, and as of October 2021, that was corrected.
What did you say was corrected as of October?
The sale data check was submitted to unclaimed property and removed from bank records.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. As for new findings, the first new finding that we had was related to payroll. This was considered a significant deficiency. During our payroll testing, it was noted that 5 employee files tested, that out of the 5 employee files tested, 4 did not contain annual evaluations or job descriptions. Essentially, when we're looking at this, it's an internal control testing item. There was no necessary errors where there was financial information missing, like money. There was no money missing or any misplacement of that. However, when we're testing for those employee files, we want to make sure that those employees have annual evaluations so that we can justify any annual raises, and that we could also justify that there is someone overseeing these employees, and then job descriptions to ensure that they are being paid for the job that they are hired for. So like I said, 4 out of the 5 did not contain this information. 1 actually did have that information in place. Any questions on this new finding?
So those are required, as I recall, those annual employee evaluations. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
If I may, when I reviewed these, 4 were to have been completed by the mayor pro tem, and they were not, as far as evaluations.
As of June 30th last year.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we've got a lot of work to clean these things up.
We have a lot of work to do to clean them up. And this is something that former Councilor Abraham and I constantly asked for, and
I recall that.
evaluation.
Actually, Madam Mayor and County Commissioner, we are now going through every employee file current and looking at job descriptions. If they're not in there, I am making note and going to send them to all the employees to please review and sign, bring them back to their files.
Okay, go ahead.
The next new finding was related to adjusting journal entries. We tested 6 adjusting journal entries for the fiscal year 2021, and we identified that 1 journal entry was not reviewed and approved. The journal entry was for $122.70. The entry appears reasonable based on other supporting documentation. So the importance of this is that there is management override is definitely an area of high risk in general, independent of the type of entity that you are. And adjusting journal entries is one area where management override can easily happen, because by doing adjusting journal entries, we can make certain amounts appear reasonable or correct, even if they're not. And so one of the things that's really important when we're working on adjusting journal entries is that there's someone reviewing and approving those entries that is knowledgeable on the matter in fact. Any questions on that?
Madam Mayor and Commissioner. Go ahead. I reviewed, what happened was that it was taken out of the wrong department, but it was corrected and put back into the right department through a journal entry. The other thing that happened was that our accounting person did not have someone to sign off on the correction of the journal entry, which I now am taking care of.
Okay.
Any other questions on this finding?
No.
The last new finding was a late audit submission. So the audit report was provided and the exit was held. The only thing that was pending was the management representation letter and the corrective action plan to be signed. On our end, we cannot issue an audit report unless we have a management representation letter and a corrective action plan that is signed. And so the day of the due date, which was the 15th, we had a conversation about getting that information in. And I believe that internally there was maybe some miscommunication with the former mayor where that was not submitted to us on a timely manner. The following day, we did follow up and say, hey, we've been trying to reach you to get this information. As discussed, it was necessary for us to submit the audit on time. And so we did receive that information a few days later.
Beyond the deadline.
Any questions?
After the deadline was reached, is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Go ahead, Stephanie.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, they could not get the mayor pro tem to come in and sign the documents, the letters.
The former mayor pro tem.
Sorry.
Not this one.
Yes, sir. I stand corrected.
Just want to be clear on that.
Yes, sir.
This really is a travesty, because there are a lot of things that this goes into as far as having a late audit, and for someone just to simply not sign a document, and all the auditor and the administration had worked so hard to get through everything and really pushed hard to meet this deadline, and then to have the former mayor pro tem just not sign a simple document on the deadline is really sad. That this goes into our analysis at DFA and everything, our fiscal agent, our capital assets, all of that is looked at by other agencies, and we can even be on the state auditor's risk list too. So anyway, that will be corrected this year.
Absolutely, ma'am. And on our end, what we can do to assist in that correction is that we could, of course, set field work significantly earlier, and that gives you sufficient time to review, and it gives you additional time to get that documentation in, so we're not pushing that December 15th deadline.
Okay, any questions of our auditor from the commission? Thank you for presenting comprehensively. We do have a resolution that needs to be passed, so someone would like to make a motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the 2021, June 30, 2021 audit by resolution number 2022-011.
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Donner, second. And discussion here, I just wanted to make a comment for the record that I was completely excluded from the audit process every single year from 2018 all the way through this audit through 21. I requested to be at the exit conference, and if I had had a draft and been allowed to see the draft, I probably would have had some changes, such as we're not trustees. We were counselors, but regardless, you know, I see that, former Mayor Pro Tem Abrams and, Linda Hawley, former counselor, were at the exit conference, and I was denied to be there. So anyway, I'm not gonna let that, hold me back on voting on this. We do have a qualified audit opinion, which I think is accurate, for that fiscal year. But just wanted to state that for the record, that I was excluded from the audit process despite my experience.
Which is your area of expertise. It would be like each one of us being excluded from our life experience categories. We're doing the opposite. We're over the kind of things where we do have experience and expertise. Works a lot better.
It does. Okay, yes,
Question.
Commissioner Naya.
It is qualified audit?
It is a qualified audit for capital assets. Okay, so we have a motion to approve, and Commissioner Naya will second, or has second, or, did you already second?
I already seconded.
That's what I kind of thought. Okay, Commissioner Donner already had seconded. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. On these next two items, the finance director job description and the org chart update, do we have details on that? On the job description yet?
We have not gotten hold of, the job description for the finance director yet.
Okay, so we'll address those at a future meeting, and then next we have commissioner comments. Let's go ahead, and start with Mayor Pro Tem Powers.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
May I? I believe we have a gentleman from Smith Engineering.
We do, and he
He's
is
been
here.
here a while. If it pleases everybody here, can we allow him to speak so that he can get home at I guess it's past a decent hour, so if you wouldn't mind.
If you would, Commissioner Powers, yield the floor to Commissioner Anaya, and then we'll circle back to you.
I'll yield the floor to
All right.
Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner Anaya.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Commissioner Powers. The item that is up next is I have to keep going back because we've moved it. For Smith Engineering on, to do a presentation to us for, both, Appaloosa and, Steeplechase. So Cody, if you would take the mic, please, and present the way.
Mayor, Commission, I don't have a formal presentation, so it'll be, I can keep it briefer. You guys can work through the agenda, but I did want to touch on about 3 items today. The first one is going to be the status of where we are in Appaloosa Lane. We have looked at the second will be funding, what we've looked into funding-wise, and third is we've been working with you guys to possibly start moving forward on Steeplechase, and there's some information in your packets on that. So first with Appaloosa Lane, we met about a month ago with the commission, not commission, but with Commissioner Anaya and the town manager and Chuck Williams, the road superintendent, on the 90% drawings. I provided 90% drawings on Appaloosa Lane at that time. So that project is, it would be ready to go get funding. So the drawings for Appaloosa Lane are ready for agency review once you have a funding agency on board. And we would, the next step would be to do contract docs once the funding agency is determined and go out to bid. So Appaloosa Lane is very close. The only other thing that we have outstanding with it is some utility coordination, but those we anticipate not having any problems. So I talked a little bit about the funding. So I think what you guys are kind of gearing towards is trying to get some projects shovel-ready to pursue funding opportunities. I don't want to go into too much depth on it because I'm not an expert in funding. What funding is there available right now? But there's the VIL program is something that's it's a bipartisan infrastructure law for Congress, and it's basically provided in two pools, from what I understand. Like some's getting channeled directly through the states, and then some is awarded through federal programs or federal funding programs of some sort. And they're coming up with the VIL programs. There's a whole list of different programs they have for the VIL federal programs that are used for maybe transportation, rail, and then there's a couple that can be used for local street projects. In preparation for that, I would recommend the town make sure their SAM's registration is current, that you guys have been registered with grants.gov to apply for federal funding, and then audits are important for the state funding, which it seems like you guys are working diligently on and have in place. So, and I guess as far as the state funding, my understanding for roadways is it's being administered through INDOT, through their STIP list, so participation in the RPOs is kind of important, so your projects are on their radar. That leads us into steeplechase, because at the time when we met on the 90% review meeting, the town reached out to us to see if we could assist with steeplechase. So at that time, I provided, we went over kind of how much a design would cost for it. It's a whole mile of roadway, designed to a 90% project would be about $80,000. I provided a task order, which was in your package to Kay, and I wasn't clear to Stephanie that should be an actions item, so we didn't make the action item agenda. I apologize for that. So we're not currently under contract to do steeplechase. We anticipated the preliminary design to do 45 days, and that would get us to a 60% design level. That would get us some plans that would be presentable for funding applications. And then the next 45 days will get us to 90% drawings, which would be ready for agency review. I also provided a updated task order to Kay today, which I think she handed out to you guys, for what it would be for just a preliminary design. But I believe based on, and I'm not sure what your guys' current procurement rules are, if we needed to get that in place to try to meet any funding agency deadlines to get the preliminary design in place, we're looking at 45 days, 4 weeks of it, which would be what we would take with topographic surveying, field work, and rendering the data.
Madam Chair. And also along those lines, Cody had mentioned that he would be bringing staff from Las Cruces to help with the engineering and the surveying, which is very time consuming in order to get these projects certified.
Yes, that's correct. Our Roswell office, our surveying will come out of Roswell office, and I do have resources available in Las Cruces to assist with the design right now on these, should we be able to move forward sometime soon on steeplechase.
And along those lines, as they gave us a report earlier about the traffic count, you can see, I wish I had those in front of me, but you can see that the steeplechase is pretty heavily traveled. And the road crew is spending a lot of time out there with, you know, the blade work, trying to get it I guess you could say comfortable to drive on. So, we talked about the steeplechase just after Appaloosa. And, when, Jerry was in the meeting with me also at that time, when we talked about this, and we asked Cody to, bring a design and, you know, or an estimate or a bid for us, or whatever you want to call it. It's a task order, in front of the commission so that they can see, some of the progress that's going on, through the road projects that we have in the town. This project here can, be funded. What we did is we changed it to a task order since Cody is already, or Smith Engineering is already on, service with us as engineering services. Therefore, Kay can authorize the task order in order for us to go ahead and take that extra step to putting it in front of the State Department so that we can get these roads started, paving and put all the assets where they should be. So that's why I asked, Cody, to come in today, is to give us a good, analysis of what it is that we should do in order for us to get, or what he should do in order for us to get the documents in front of the DOT. So along those lines, I'm gonna turn it over to Kay and let Kay explain, the rest of the procedure.
Well, the only explanation I can give you is that, this change order, which, comes to $59,325, will, bring the design of the steeplechase to 60% complete, which should, my understanding is that, get us closer to being shovel ready and, give us time to apply for funding and, be able to, get up to the 90% completion. Am I correct?
Yes, it would. Now, one thing I would say is funds that are encumbered or spent possibly before funding applications or grant agreements are signed may not be reimbursable by the funding agency. So it could be just funded from local funds. They may, depending on the grant program requirements or the funding agency requirements, they may be eligible as match. I'm not sure what those requirements are for, since there's a whole slew of these different funds coming down the pike. I imagine the requirements will vary between them. So depending on if and when and how they're funded, it could vary. I can, just for your guys' information now, at this point, we put together some rough numbers for steeplechase. If you're just looking at pursuing a funding amount for those, we were looking at including professional services and construction. Construction would be about $1.5 million, $1,552,000 with the 25% contingency for that mile of roadway. That's probably what you're looking at on steeplechase. There's a lot of drives and 3 drainage crossings. So with design, a good budget number would be $1.7 million, $1.745. Now Appaloosa, we're estimating construction costs at being $650,000 for that stretch of road.
So that gives us 2 projects to put in front of the DOT.
Does DOT require it to be at that point? We can't, or you're saying that we cannot apply for funding until we spend operational dollars of $60,000?
Well, in order to get the proper documents in line to present, we're gonna have to spend something.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Powers.
we have, received funds before for design. So we could, that is the option, rather than spend operational funds out of our town budget, we could apply for design funds first.
Okay. It seems like we would be able to apply for design and construction.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just logical. Commissioner Naya, did you check this to our new procurement ordinance? Because this is over 20.
I thought it was a 60,000 limit.
So we have, our procurement ordinance that we passed.
Right.
Change orders and things like that have to come to the commission for 20,000 and above. So it has to come prior to and then after, not, in this case, it would be the change order coming to us. And we don't have that as an action item. But, because you didn't ask me for an action item for this. But I just want to say on other procurements, you know, the administration comes to us for permission to go out to procurement, and then they bring it back. They bring the results back to us for approval. So what we approved in the procurement ordinance is quite the process. It's transparent, but it does require a lot of action.
And disclosure.
And disclosure by the commission, and planning ahead, quite honestly, because this could have been on the agenda had I known. So, but regardless, I don't know if that's something that we want to spend operational dollars on when we could apply for design funds.
A question? Cody, were you here when BHI's report was presented on the road recommendations?
No, I was not. I'm not
Okay. I'm wondering, since I wasn't here, if Steeplechase was on that list, where it was on the priority?
I think Chuck would know.
I can look, I can see if I can find it.
Do you have a copy with you?
I do not.
Okay.
I believe it was. Yeah. Yeah.
All roads were on the report.
And were they in order of priority for paving or improvement?
No, they weren't put in any priority as
Okay.
far as paving or where they should be maintained. That report was actually for the capital asset.
Okay. Thank you. Well, since it's not on an action item tonight, we can't take any action on it anyway, but my personal point of view is with all this money coming down, I really don't want to spend operational money. We don't have to. We can apply for it. I think it'd be fairly quick to do it through the bill program or one of the others. DOT.
I understand in the build program, some of the federal ones will do, design and construction at one time. I think your NDOT STIP list will want you to do your design, and then next year come in with your construction with the design in hand.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for presenting to us, and, any, project and management spreadsheets that you have with like the layouts of the timeframes and things like that, please pass them along, as, you know, you're working on our projects to the commissioners as well.
Okay. Just send it to Kay and then let her forward it to you guys, so.
That's fine, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thank you,
No,
have
we
a
can
good
do that.
evening.
No problem, and feel free to reach out to me if you guys have any questions on anything on these, because, I understand the RPOs are meeting and things like that, you may need to get some information on this.
Okay, thanks again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cody.
Okay, Commissioner Naya, anything else other than this item?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Powers.
So other than the report that I already gave on the Edgewood Elementary School debacle, I walked to we're working on the Echo Ridge project, which we had been on the table for years, 8, 9, 10 years, I think. I had the option to make these improvements and get for the land free. It was never acted on by the prior administration. They let the lease lapse, as you know. So we're kind of under the gun in that the grant expires June 30. We have a lot of work to get done in order to fulfill the obligations under the plan of development with the BLM. You resurrected that lease, as I recall, and got it signed. So we couldn't even really start work until we got that lease done. So now that we have it done, we have about 70 days or so to get this in the ground. We're using CES contractors and state, that's land anyways, because we don't have to go out for procurement. If we had to go out through the normal procurement process, we wouldn't have time to complete this. So I feel positive about it. We've got a contractor, from the statewide procurement list that, I believe he'll be coming in with his, final quote on Thursday. We may need to have a special meeting in order to get that done and get him going in time to get the project completed. And we're still looking for contractors to build the parking lot and the gravel road in. This contractor is capable of building the fence and the gates. So, and worst comes to worst, we could use the road crews from the town and buy their base course and build that road and parking lot ourselves. I don't want to tie up the town staff and the road department if we can utilize the grant money and use a contractor. So it's coming along. It's going to be a real push, but I think we can get it done.
Okay, Commissioner Brennan.
Looking at the hour that we're at, I'm just gonna go ahead and defer my comments to our next meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Donner.
Just a few quick things. I have been working with East Mountain Little League. I've already mentioned it. They're utilizing the baseball fields here. They are in need of some improvements. I am working on getting a list of the items that will just base items that would make the fields usable and safe for the kids. And that'll be sent over to Kay. It's not a whole lot in the way of funding, but it'll show the community that we do care about improving the recreational use, sports use for our kids in this town. So.
Okay. All right. So now next is closed session. We need a motion to go into closed session.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, my name is Mark Mull. Did we skip public comment or did I miss it?
I was just about.
Yes, we actually did, sir. Thank you for reminding us and just jumping in. Go ahead with your comments.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I have just a very brief question for planning and zoning. In the manager's report, department report, he mentioned that the applicant, this has to do with Campbell Ranch, the applicant had probably three choices. Is there a due date by when the applicant needs to present his answer to those choices to planning and zoning and then hopefully the Edgewood community?
No, the applicant means the ball is in his court. So basically, because the matter was deferred back, no action exists. So the applicant is operating at this time under the master plan as originally approved. And it's up to the applicant to determine whether he wants to reapply for an amendment or reapply for some different amendment. It's really up to the applicant to make that determination.
And so the schedule is really in his court as to when he decides to come forward or to do nothing.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answer. Sorry to delay an already long meeting, but thank you all very much for your working with us. We appreciate you.
Thank you, and that was a great question, so I'm glad you hung in there. Anyone else online? Jesus, do you want to unmute caller 3? Okay, caller 3, do you have any public comments? them all. So we do have on the agenda future events and, future, agenda items, but I don't think that we need to read them, out loud here.
If I may, you did skip our financial report for March 2022. I'm sorry.
I'll make it short.
Go ahead, Manager Davis.
Yes, I was looking at the, revenue portion, the expense portion, I saw no problems with. What I noticed was that, comparing last year from, June last year through, April, their, cumulative, revenue was $3.8 million. And this fiscal year, the cumulative, revenue is $4.4 million. So we have, about $986,000 more in revenue this fiscal year than we did last fiscal year for the same time period. I just wanted to, I thought that was very encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you. I did see that construction and most of the categories are up, from this time last year, so that's very positive. Do we have a motion to approve the financial report for, March 2022?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I make a motion to approve the financials for March 2022.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, second.
Okay, Donner and then, Brennan. And any comments, discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Did I miss anything else?
No, Madam.
Okay. We've gone through a lot. Closed session, we just need a motion.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we go into, promotion roll call vote pursuant to MSA 1978, Section 1015(1)H2, for confidential discussion on hiring, promotion, demotion, dismissal, assignment, or resignation of a public employee, the investigation or consideration of complaints or charges against a public employee, specifically roads department employees. And also, under Section 1015(1)H7, regarding confidential discussion regarding litigation by John Bassett, to possible litigation by Aurochs Engineering for unpaid invoices for work performed for the town, a confidential discussion regarding pending litigation, McGill et al. Versus John Bassett et al. And related Court of Appeals case A1CA 39388, update and obtaining town records from a prior law firm, and also for confidential discussion regarding pending litigation, Joseph Campbell versus the town of Edgewood et al. And Cheryl Hupperts versus the town of Edgewood.
I second.
Commissioner Donner seconds. We'll do this by roll call. Commissioner Anaya?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Powers? I'm getting tired.
It's getting late, huh? Aye.
I thought you were a night owl.
I am. Okay, Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Donner?
Aye.
And I vote aye. We're in closed session at, 10:25.
All you gotta do is read that.
Oh. into open session at 11:14. Need a motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we come out of, closed session.
Second.
So moved and seconded. We'll do roll call vote. Commissioner Donner?
Aye.
Anaya?
Aye.
Bowers?
Aye.
Brennan?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Now we need our affirmation, so I affirmed that I had no conflicts of interest. Only those items on the agenda were discussed and no decisions were made.
I so affirm also.
I so affirm.
I so affirm.
I so affirm.
Okay, thank you guys, and, we don't actually have to have a motion to adjourn, but if you guys wanna make one, we can. All right, we're adjourned. Thanks, everyone. Good evening.
Where you going? Gonna catch a plane? Have a good trip.